Radio Biafra International, empowering the people.
Biafra is proud to launch its new mobile app. This app makes it easier for listeners to access live and repeat broadcasts at any given time. The app is available on Android and Apple stores and is free to install, so just search for Radio Biafra into all one word to get the app on your device.
Radio Biafra International broadcasts are always anchored on well-researched information and not based on personalities, frivolities, and foul languages. The main objective of Radio Biafra International is to empower Biafrans and give them knowledge through professionally delivered information, education, and enlightenment towards the ultimate goal of restoration of the nation of Biafra.
So don't forget, Radio Biafra into all one word.
And join us during our podcasts, and you'll be glad you did.
Stop spending time with the wrong people. Life is too short to spend time with people who suck the happiness out of you. If someone wants you in their life, they'll make room for you. You shouldn't have to fight for a spot. Never ever insist yourself to someone who continuously overlooks your worth. And remember, it's not the people that stand by your side when you're at your best, but the ones who stand beside you when you're at your worst that are your true friends. Stop trying to be someone you're not. One of the greatest challenges in life is being yourself in a world that's trying to make you like everyone else. Someone will always be prettier. Someone will always be smarter. Someone will always be younger. But they will never be you. Don't change so people will like you. Be yourself, and the right people will love the real you. Stop trying to hold on to the past. You cannot start the next chapter of your life if you keep rereading the last one. Stop being scared to make a mistake. Doing something and getting it wrong is at least 10 times more productive than doing nothing. Every success has a trail of failures behind it, and every failure is leading towards success. You end up regretting the things you did not do far more than the things you did. Stop getting involved in relationships for the wrong reasons. Relationships must be chosen wisely. It is better to be alone than to be in bad company. There's no need to rush. If something is meant to be, it will happen at the right time, with the right person, and for the best reason. Stop rejecting new relationships just because old ones didn't work. In life, you'll realize that there's a purpose for everyone you meet. Some will test you, some will use you, and some will teach you. But most importantly, some will bring out the best in you. Stop trying to compensate against things that are not there. And stop trying to compete against everyone else. Don't worry about what others are doing better than you. Concentrate on beating your own records every day. Success is a battle between you and yourself only. I just have to repeat this. This warrants a repeat. Stop trying to compete against everyone else. Don't worry about what others are doing better than you. Concentrate on beating your own records every day. Success is a battle between you and yourself only. Life is too short to spend time with people who suck the happiness out of you. If someone wants you in their life, they'll make room for you. You shouldn't have to fight for a spot. Never, ever insist yourself to someone who continuously overlooks your worth. And remember, it's not the people that stand by your side when you're at your best, but the ones who stand beside you when you're at your worst that are your true friends.
Radio Biafra International, empowering the people.
Good morning, our listeners. Good morning, everybody. Biafrans all over the world. This Friday, the 22nd of May, 2020. This is another day which our God has made possible that we exist. So we praise Him for it. We thank Him for it. This is Radio Biafra International, brought to you by the Biafran Restoration Movement. And today we'll have the topics of the times to discuss. And we have our usual panelists, whom I will introduce for those who are listening for the first time. But first of all, receive our greetings. Receive our greetings wherever you are in the globe before this broadcast. As in our tradition, we will say a prayer to our Maker, the God of Israel, whom we worship and adore through Yeshua, our Lord and Savior. Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, because He has come and has redeemed His people. He has raised up a horn of salvation for us in the house of His servant David, as He said through His holy prophets of long ago, salvation from our enemies and from the hand of all who hate us, to show mercy to our fathers and to remember His holy covenant, the oath He swore to our father Abraham, to rescue us from the hand of our enemies and to enable us to serve Him without fear in holiness and righteousness before Him all our days. Amen. Today, we will be able to look into the current affairs and the concerns of Biafrans all around the globe. And like I said, we always have our panelists here whom we all are familiar with. And I'll ask them to give some greeting to our listeners, a brief greeting to them, starting from Ejiofor Chinanwanta. Then after that, Oziomeme, veteran Ahamefulu Kando, and the pillar, one of the pillars of BRM, Ikenna Wanenyi, to please greet our listeners briefly before we start today. We'll start from our able, wonderful brother, Ejiofor Chinanwanta. Please say hello to our listeners all over the world.
Yeah, thank you so much, my brother Odimogalo. And I am very grateful to be among the panelists. And to my panelists, may God continue to strengthen us and give us the right language to use in telling our people the truth of the matter. And our people, I'm sure those who are going to hear will hear, and those who are going to receive us will receive us, and those who are going to use what we have said are going to use it properly. As children of God, we must do what we must. And I'm very grateful that you have called upon us to come today and spread the gospel of restoration of His people and the land. I thank my people. I thank all the well-wishers and all the freedom lovers of the world. I thank you, Moralo, my dear brother. Chinanwanta is standing by.
Thank you very much, Mazi Jofushina, wonderful for that greeting. I'll go to our sister, Oziomeme, to say hello to our listeners all over the world and those who are listening for the first time, to get to know that you are here to contribute to the discourse today.
Thank you, Mazi Odemoral, for having the program today. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. All Biafrans all over the world, lovers of freedom, lovers of justice, lovers of equity and fairness. Thank you for being a part of this program. We have important things to discuss today because we as Biafrans are not settled with what's going on. So we have to talk about it. So I thank all the listeners that are listening, and I thank all my fellow panelists. And I thank our super engineer who is making all this possible, Mazi and Emene. And I will stand by as we give justice to whatever the topic is we're doing today. Thank you, Mazi Odemoral. I'll stand by. Ozioma Eme will stand by. Thank you.
Thank you, wonderful sister Ozioma. Go to able veteran Ahame Fulukandu to say hello to the listeners all over the world, those who are listening to the Radio Biafra International. Mazi Ahame Fulukandu. Since they're having a problem with the connection, we go to Mazi Ikenna, and then you will come back to Ahame Fulukandu later on to say hello to the listeners, please.
Hello, my brother. I hope I'm coming out clear. This is Ikenna Wanene. Thank you very much. First of all, I thank our Almighty God, for keeping us alive and protecting us. I also thank all the panelists. We are here to present very genuine and safety information for all our brothers back home, brothers and sisters back home, all the Biafrans and all the lovers of freedom. And we really welcome people who devote their time to listen to us. This is Radio Biafra International. We present very, very authentic and genuine information without fear of favor. Here we make sure we respect all, no insults, no innuendos, and we'll be presenting very good information, and we welcome you to listen to us. Thank you very much, and this is Ikenna Wanene. I stand by.
Thank you very much for that greeting. Let us have Mazi Ahame Fulukandu, who is to say hello to our listeners, and I am sure that many are also having itchy ears to listen to him. Mazi Ahame Fulukandu, if you're there, to say hello to our listeners. If we're having connection problems, we will be able to get back to Mazi Ahame Fulukandu later on. Like I said before, this is Radio Biafra International. We have different listening platforms via internet, via RBi app at https://play:/google.com/store/app/details. If you go there via RBi app or via tuning app for RBI, tuning app to RBI says I'm listening to at Biafra INT International with at tuning hashtag now playing http://tun.in/sfxw3. We also communicate via the satellite. And if you're listening, if you want to listen through phone, if you're in the United States of America or the UK, if you're in the US, you can get connected by dialing 1-701-801-1125. And if you are in the UK, you can join us by dialing 4433-0606-1382. I'll repeat that. If you're in the United States of America, you want to dial it, listening through the phone, you can do so by dialing 1-701-801-1125. Of the United Kingdom, dialing by through these digits 4433-0606-1382. Please do so for an interesting session of Radio Biafra International. Mazi Amefulu Kando is back, and I would like you to say hello to our listeners all over the world briefly before we go into the topics of the day.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mazi Moralo, and the members of the panel for today. I'm very, very happy that we are all out to do what we have to do. For our listening audience, just keep on listening. Get educated about what we are doing. Advise us. Share with your friends, your family, what we are all about. We understand this is a very difficult time. There is so much happening, but being optimists as we are, all we need to do is to inform each and every one of us to be able to do what they have to do. As a matter of fact, I was woken up so early this morning by a friend who was asking me questions about our business, BRM, and so on. By the time I finished talking with him, he finally decided, yes, he is going to join that. He liked what we talk about. Because first and foremost, I told him, he was asking me where will he be. I said, you're not sending me any money. Okay, we have where we collect our money, and also we have especially two areas. We advise our people to support our radio broadcast and also our vigilante, our villages. Every member of RBi BRM has to support their village in terms of the vigilante activities. He was very happy about that. He asked me, what about in the towns? I said, well, that of the towns, they are gradually also putting them together, that there are people who are handling those areas. And in due course, everybody will know what we are doing. This is why it's imperative that we share whatever we have. Those of us in Nigeria right now, listening to this, especially Gueche people, Imo and Abia and so on, when you listen to Radio Biafra International, please make sure you share the information, because I'm telling you, the messages we're getting is that people have now understood what is going on. So I am very happy and proud to announce it right now that things are happening. Let us forget about what the Fulanis are doing right now. They are just, coming down. They are thinking that they are going to overrun us. But they don't know that we have Chukwokike Abrahama. Okay, we have a covenant with God. At the appropriate time, we will deal with them like we dealt with them during the 1967 to 1970. Because during that time, we started this war. We started the war at that time with only 105 Mark IV rifles. But by the time the war ended, nobody in Nigeria themselves, they knew that these are very formidable people. So I'm just letting you all know that we are formidable. Our Lord God is in control, and he is using us effectively. The truth must always prevail in whatever we're doing. And that's why so many people are calling and asking they want to be part of BRM. So thank you very much. And God bless each and every one of us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ebu Vetrama Helmeflo Kando. Listeners, this is Radio Biafra International, brought to you by Biafra Restoration Movement. And we inform, we educate, and we persuade. We don't entertain. We inform, we educate, and persuade, but we don't entertain. We ensure that our people are aware of the dangers of being locked up in this colonial contraption that's called Nigeria, which is gradually crumbling to the praise of our God in heaven. We must look up to him for our salvation, and he will always deliver us from our enemies. Today we will talk about insecurity, which is a very big issue to us. It has always been since that country called Nigeria had been created. And if you are in a country and you are insecure always, maybe that country shouldn't be. That insecurity is all over the country right now. And the government is losing grip of the structures and systems of governance because of the negative forces, the forces of darkness that have worked with that country, that have spilled so much blood, caused so much suffering, so many tears, and so much sorrow between the people who were cobbled up in that colonial geopolitical creation by the British. Today, we have certain issues that are top on the news, which we need to know to inform our listeners about. And we always get a lot of information from Vanguard News, which actually is the most read national daily that is in Nigeria. And one of the topics here, some of the topics I'm going to share with our listeners are topics regarding the insecurity in our homeland, Nigeria, and the whole country as a whole. One of the topics here says Anambra intensifies community searching. Anambra intensifies community searching. This was on Thursday, May 21st, 2020. The Commissioner for Information and Public Enlightenment, Mr. Don C. Adenoba, said the state government had decided to establish a COVID-19 task force in each of the 21st local government areas. According to him, each task force will be headed by the chairman of the local government transition committee, while members would comprise the health officer, the information officer, the disease and surveillance officer, as well as the Ministry of Health, COVID-19 liaison officer, and the local government area will complement, not compromise, sorry. As a misprint. I don't know, but also the government had also decided to set up a COVID-19 task force in each of the 326 wards in the state. The membership to be drawn from the Ministry of Health, the officer in charge of the primary health care in the ward, the youth leader in the ward, the woman leader in the ward, and the development ward chairman and the councillor of the ward who would head it. The task forces, he added, would take to the grassroots the message of the dangers of COVID-19, how to prevent the spread of the contagion. He said, quote, in view of the development, members of our various communities are enjoined to provide relevant information to the task forces in the LGAs and the 326 wards. Relevant information includes the presence of strangers in their midst, the return of persons who have in the last 2 weeks been to states with high incidences of the coronavirus pandemic, and individuals with who exhibit such COVID-19 symptoms as dry cough, constant sneezing, and shortness of breath, they may report such cases to their community leaders. Then we go to the next topic, which says task force team intercepts 11 trucks of Almajiri entering Cross River. This is also on the 21st of May 2020. The 21st of May 2020. Sorry about that interlude. I was trying to get this information directly in front of me. Okay. Task force team intercepts 11 trucks of Almajiri entering Cross River. This information is on Thursday, May the 21st. That was yesterday. And it says no fewer than 11 trucks conveying Almajiri into Cross River State have been intercepted at the Gakem-Benue border in Bekwara local government area of Cross River State. The government, in collaboration with Peace Corps Nigeria, intercepted and sent back the 11 trucks carrying Quranic education pupils, Almajiri, at the Gakem-Benue border in the state. Head of the task force team at the border, Mr. Omang Idiege, told Vanguard on telephone yesterday that the trucks were turned back at Gakem-Benue border for carrying large numbers of Almajiri against the interstate lockdown order of the federal government. Idiege, who is the State Commissioner for Youth Development and Skill Acquisition, said the 11 trucks were sent back to their places of origin between May 4 to 17, adding that the task force had continued to maintain a steady presence at the border. So you can imagine that 11 trucks, unbelievable, 11 trucks. Then it says here, dumping of strange persons to Southeast, dangerous, says leadership of Anambra Town Unions. The leadership of Anambra State Association of Town Unions, SATU, frowned yesterday on the influx of people from northern parts of the country to the southeast, arguing that such dumping of human beings in the zone was dangerous. Addressing reporters at the ASATU headquarters in Awka, the national president of ASATU, Chief Alex Onukwe, said communities of Anambra State were totally disappointed with what he described as the ongoing wicked efforts by some desperate citizens of Nigeria to cause disharmony among the various segments of the country. He said, it is no longer news that in recent weeks, truckloads of people who may be carriers of COVID-19 have been intercepted by security operatives in various parts of the Southeast. Just yesterday, Monday, a truck with registration number MGR148XA was intercepted here in Awka, loaded with no less than 33 persons hiding in between goats. The driver of the truck said they were from Plateau State going to Onitsha. This is completely unacceptable to the Anambra and the rest of the Southeast, and it must stop forthwith. Whosoever that is behind this wickedness must refrain from doing so immediately, as the communities of Anambra State can no longer fold their hands and watch as our lives are being threatened by the mischievous inclinations of some unpatriotic citizens who can go as far as hiding human beings between animals and bags of cement or whatever, and smuggle them from the northern parts of the country down to Anambra State and the Southeast. Whatever be the intentions of these people, we do not know. Without sounding unmindful of the constitutional provisions for freedom of movement in Nigeria, we are equally expected to obey lawful directives of the federal and state governments, especially in times of emergency, as in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Another news says Almajiri used to target some Igbo communities by the INC on Tuesday. This news is on Tuesday, May 19, 2020, by Chinonsoa Lozier in Owerri. That is a reporter. The Igbo National Council yesterday said that the reported movement of Almajiris, from the northern part of the country in the southeast region was aimed to carry out attacks in some communities in Igbo land. So you can see that this one is a bold statement, very bold statement. I'll repeat this again. It says the Igbo National Council, INC, yesterday said that the reported movements of the Almajiris from the northern part of the country into the southeastern region was aimed to carry out attacks in some communities in Igbo land. The Igbo National Council, INC, in a statement in Owerri by its president, Chilos Godsent, alleged that his organizations received the information as a red alert on the planned attacks. INC further said that they would also be used to extract information to perfect their plan ahead of 2023. Igbo National Council has noted with dismay and anger the deliberate clandestine exploitation of Almajiri militants into various communities and towns of Igbo nation states in Nigeria with reckless impunity. We have received several red alerts on the coordinated plans by the ruling class, Northern Nigeria oligarchy, to use these Almajiri immigrants or militants, not just immigrants but militants, to infiltrate communities and towns of Igbo nation states in Nigeria, and using them as tools for intelligence gathering in the perfection of their planned coordinated militant attack and invasion of targeted towns and communities in our territory ahead of forthcoming to 2023. So this is one of the important news. Another one says gunmen on rampage in Cross River, Edo, and Delta communities. And these communities lament influx of northerners. This is Edo, Cross River, and Delta. So it says a former chapter chairman of People's Democratic Party, PDP, Dupani local government area of Cross River State, Benyon Akom, and aide to Governor Ben Ayade, was weekend shot dead in his neighborhood by gunmen in a suspected cult attack. The incident, Vanguard learned, occurred at 8 p.m. on Saturday at a joint close to the deceased house in Akai Efa, Calabar Municipality local government area of Cross River State. Another information says influx of Almajiri, second phase takeover of South and Southeast. This is by the Delta Commissioner from Delta State. Delta State Commissioner for Higher Education, Professor Patrick Mubogare, has described the influx of Almajiris to the southern parts of Nigeria amidst the ban on interstate journeys due to the COVID-19 pandemic as the second phase takeover of the South and Southeast region of the country. Professor Mubogare, who is also an indigene of Uheru Kingdom in Delta State, where 10 persons were killed by suspected armed Fulani herdsmen in February, also accused the federal government of being silent in the wake of the killings, responding to claims by the State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Hafiz Inua, that some monarchs in the state collect monies from Fulani herdsmen in exchange for land. Mubogare described the assertion by the police chief as, quote, a lie from the pit of hell, unquote. He said, quote, the statement made by the State Commissioner of Police that monarchs in the state give lands to Fulani herdsmen is a lie from the pit of hell. No monarch gave land to anybody, as these people herdsmen came and seized the lands. Now we have herdsmen scattered all over Delta State. To worsen it with the COVID-19 pandemic, they are now coming from everywhere in the northern part of the country to take over the south. And they are now emboldened to come now for the final takeover. This is a stooge of the takeover attempt of the southern part of Nigeria. This is a stage of the takeover attempt of the southern part of Nigeria. Phase 1 was to use Fulani herdsmen, while phase 2 is to bring Amajiris. For the takeover, you know, after the bombing, you bring in infantries to take over the land. These ones are being brought in to take over the southeast and south-south region. These Fulani herdsmen from all over West Africa are not new, and they are agents whom have come to take Nigeria as their own, as they believe they own Nigeria, and the soft target is the south-south and southeast. So these are some very salient news of what is going on in our homeland. And this police commissioner was very bold. This former commissioner of education, of higher education in Delta State was very bold to state that even the police commissioner Hafiz Unua, who's probably Fulani, but he's a Muslim northerner, definitely, who claimed that it was traditional rulers that take bribes to settle these Fulani people. And this man is telling us that that was a complete lie. It's a lie from the pit of hell. And we can see that they are all working in unison. The police commissioner is working with the Fulani terrorists who are coming in, because saying that they took bribe, is that why you should now not arrest the Fulani people who are killing people or settling in lands that are other people's without their approval, you know, violating and transgressing and trespassing people's rights and lands, and endangering people's environment. They are a menace to these communities and the people, as we have seen it. And like this commissioner rightly said, Commissioner Patrick Mobari, Professor Patrick Mobari said that these people are in West Africa and they have been doing the same thing for a very long time. And I don't think our own will be any different. You don't expect any other thing different from them. Anambra people are crying. They are Cross River people, 11 trucks. 11 trucks. See, this is unbelievable. Who is providing these trucks? Who is providing the financing? This is the northern oligarchs who all they do is simply they work towards conquest of people. Our people should stop pretending. It is not the time to pretend anymore. The pretense has been for too long. So what you do is that we need to confront this. We need to confront them. We need to pretend, oh, well, they are citizens. They are not citizens who are there. Those of them that are, they are not there to stay with you. They're there to conquer you. They're there to kill and massacre you. And this is what we are seeing repeatedly within Fulani history, as they have the same thing they've done in Mali, and they fought with the Dogon people in Mali, who defeated them. The same thing they did in Chad, and the people defeated them. Same thing they did in Guinea. The people ran them out there. That is all they do. They don't learn the lessons at all. And they came in and conquered the Hausas of the north and various communities in the northern part of this so-called Nigeria. And they have imposed themselves. They impose their emirs there. Now they are coming down. They are already there in the south, as we have seen. So there must be a concerted action, bold action against them. If they don't want Nigeria anymore, as you all know, they don't anyway, because what Nigeria means is that they will enslave the rest of everybody else. That's all that Nigeria means to them. They will exploit the oil from Biafra land, and they will subdue the peoples of the land wherever they are. We have seen that as an object lesson from their historical antecedents, and it has not changed yet. I would like some commentary, and I don't know, our people, what do we think our people are doing? Are they doing right? I would like commentary from Ejiofor Ochinanwata on this issue. Are people taking the right steps? Are they waking up to this? Because Radio Biafra has always been calling out over the years for our people to wake up.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, my brother, for having me. You see, the thing is this. Mad Bello said that they are going to, Nigeria is going to be the estate of their grandfather, Osman Danfodio. And they are going to use the Middle Belt as a willing tools to cover the rest, to conquer the rest of Nigeria. Now, that is on record. That is ascertainable fact. Fact, Muhammadu Buhari himself said, inshallah, that he's going to do whatever it is to spread Sharia across Nigeria. This man has done this, has said this, has proven it by his behavior. The first thing he did was to elect and select his own people in all the whole security agencies in Nigeria to the exclusion of Biafrans. The second thing he did was to retire, forcefully retire most generals and most senior officers in all the forces in Nigeria of Igbo and Biafran extractions. The third thing he did was to basically turn a blind eye when they heard that Fulani herdsmen are killing people, are raping women. Not a single Fulani man or woman had been arrested since this man became president of Nigeria. Apart from that, this man is the one that actually went ahead and proscribed the IPOB for crying and shouting and carrying flag that we will not tolerate what is going on. In converse with Igbo governors, they were able to say, yes, IPOB is a terror organization. Now, the same man is the one that told his army, his minions, to shoot innocent Biafrans who are protesting the status quo, who are protesting what is going on. Our people are sitting there and they are watching their land taken. They are watching their women raped. They are watching all these things happen. It was not in a distant, past that one person on social media was exposed where he was saying that oil in Bayelsa belonged to Jigawa. Some elements in the northern extraction has boasted that Biafra land is a conquered territory. The only way we can actually do anything is that if we come and conquer them. But apart from that, we must be as conquered and we must behave as conquered people because that's what we are. Junaid Mohammed said that they will never allow an Igbo person or somebody from Southeast ever to be president because Jonathan Goodluck was an utter failure. So the signs were there. Ohaneze Igbo went out and said, we are making a handshake across the Niger. We are making a handshake across the Benue. And all the Middle Belt leaders, the Southwestern leaders, the so-called South, and Southeast, they all came together and made a pact. What did the Northern, Northeast, and Northwest do? They were just watching and smiling. They were basically sending their young men outside Nigeria to Pakistan to be trained They were sending to Egypt, sending them to Sudan, and training their people. And our people were making meetings and having parties and shaking hands when these people were training their own people. They are the one that went ahead and said they are no longer going to abide by Nigerian constitution. They are going to create a Sharia for themselves. And that Sharia is only going to be in the north. What the rest of Nigerians did was what? Absolutely nothing. They were watching these things unfolding and unfolding and unfolding. And right now, the situation has gotten to a point where the richest man in Africa, a man who the government of Fulani government has given monopoly over the lives of 200 million people, assumed to be the richest person in Africa, has lent his hands, not only his money, but his trucks and trailers to be able to be conveying these people to Southeast. And they call them Alamajiri. But then again, Tanko Yakasi had came out and said they are not Alamajiri. Alamajiri do not wear clothes. They are poor. They don't wear shoes. The people coming to Southeast look very, 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 very well dressed. They don't look malnourished. They don't look like beggars. They look like trained squad. People are migrating to Southeast without women. And you know that when the nature calls, you are going to, a man is going to basically need to have a woman. And who is that woman they are going to use? They are going to use your girls. They are going to use your wives and daughters. And whether you like it or not, they are going to get them pregnant. And they are going to have Hausa Fulani running all around the place answering Okechukwu. So that is what we have. Buhari himself, whose actions, is of historical documented atrocities. Buhari himself, who in 1993 or 83, after the coup, put Alex Ekweme and all the southeastern governors in prison for no apparent reason, for no justifiable reason. All this evil that Buhari has perpetrated on Igbo land came to Igbo land, and the Igbo people went ahead and crowned him Okechukwu, and they give him chieftaincy title, and called him Ogbuagu. That means the slaughter of, or the slayer of a lion. Now, my brother Moralu, you asked me a question to comment. I don't know where to begin to comment. I don't know if I'm going to comment on what is happening, or if I'm going to say, and you ask a question if your people are sleeping or are they waking up. That is your question to me, and I look at your people as people who are completely in comatose. These are the people I believe that there is actually no medicine or no doctor that can actually wake these people up again. I don't want to say they are dead because they are still breathing, but I don't think there's life left out of Igbo people and Biafrans. Something definitely has happened. Either the Fulani has used money that belonged to Biafrans and watered their souls and their spirits, or maybe their desire to be rich, or this their mercantile mentality has actually made them believe that if you are a WhatsApp messenger or WhatsApp journalist that you are doing something about your own fatherland. I have no idea what is going on in Biafra land. I don't know what is going on. But I am of the opinion that because WhatsApp is free and because people have now the opportunity to use their cell phone and take pictures, they believe that if they're able to send the picture of what is happening in Abak, or what is happening in Oka, or what is happening in Enugu, or Isienu, in Soka, then they are doing something about protecting their fatherland. Something definitely has happened. Hausa Fulani has decided to invade the land. And the first thing most of our people will tell you, we don't want war. We don't want war. What do you do? What do you do when a war is brought onto your own house? What do you do when a war is brought into your house and your wife is taken away from you and your daughter is raped in front of you? What do? You say, oh, I'm going to turn the other cheek. And then you blame Christianity for being the one to tell you that, when in fact Jesus Christ himself told you you have to fight. Jesus Christ told you that he himself, when he got into the temple, was able to basically flip all the tables and chase all the money changers away and call it that they are vile, they are disgracing his father's house. It is called righteous indignation. Igbo people, Biafrans should have what you call righteous indignation. Instead of turning the other cheek, this is the time they should rise up and defend their fatherland and defend the honor of the women among us. This is the time they should actually see the handwriting on the wall. Agua is no longer on the fence. Agua is in Africa now. Agua is inside the house. And Agua is biting everybody, every Dick and Harry in Biafra land. And our people are still of the opinion. It doesn't get any better. It doesn't get any better. It gets worse. It gets worse and worse and worse and worse. From now to 2 years or 3 years or 4 years from now, it's going to get worse. And it's going to get terribly worse. And there will, those who are holding money, those who are basically saying, I don't want to spend my money, or maybe I don't want to join Biafra Restoration Movement. Time is going to come when you wish you had. Because we are like a voice in the wilderness, calling on our people to wake up and rise up and come and do the needful and support Radio Biafra International because we have the solution. We have the antidote. We know what we can do to this Fulani, and then we run away from our land. We do have that. We have the solution. But on the other hand, our people don't want to cooperate with us, or maybe don't want to join or don't want to do anything but take photographs with their cell phone and call themselves freedom fighters. So yeah, you asked me a question, and but I can guarantee Hausa Fulani that this is a mission impossible. So far we have the diasporans, so far we have Biafrans living outside Nigeria. This is mission impossible. And when we march, then we know that Biafrans have decided to march again. Thank you again for having me, my brother Moralo. May God continue to bless us, and may God hold us firm in what is to come.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Ondia Ejiofor Ochinawata, for that analysis. As you were talking, there were two things that occurred to me. I remembered statements made by Achebe regarding our people being worshippers of wealth, because this is part of the problem of what has taken them out of being a spiritual people, where they respect only titles and money, and it becomes idolatry. And then the other idolatry, worshiping things, deities and things like that, which we must depart from for God to save us. These things offend God. You can't be calling God to save you when you are doing those things that is provocative to him. That is common sense. And I hope our people are coming around to do the right thing so that we can be saved. And not that we say, when we get saved, we stay saved. Mazi Ejiofor Chinanwata has hammered on things that are very important. He talked about what had been the plan of the Fulani people against our people. And I would like to kind of buttress that opinion, not an opinion, that fact, with some quotes here regarding Ahmadu Bello, which he mentioned. And I'll quote it directly as it was written in a magazine in 1960. He says it here that, quote, this nation called Nigeria should be an estate of our great-grandfather, Uthman Danfodio. We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. I mean, we should look up that word ruthlessly to understand what this man is saying. Ruthlessly. That is without mercy or compassion. Prevent a change of power. We use the minorities in the north as willing tools. The middle belt are used as willing tools. They were used during the war against Biafra. Now they are killing them. They are crying out. And I don't know how far they are being sensible enough to understand that this is a religious war and that you need to have alliance with other Christians. Nigerians, because of the hatred of the Igbo, refuse to apologize to a people that they have wrongly fought. Rather, what you see from some of them is still criticism. So he says we use the minorities in the north as willing tools, and the south as conquered territory. Remember those who are in the south. We have southeast and southwest. So there will be conquered territory. Remember, we don't have south-south. It is all a skewed geographical point, a creation in order to divide us as a people. South-south. It does not exist. There is no north-north. There is no east-east. There is no west-west. We must keep that in mind. Why is it only in Nigeria? All over the world, since Adam, that a new geographical point has been created known as South-South, and it was done against the Southeastern people. This is strange. This is something we need to think about, because divide and conquer is a very useful tool to the enemy. So we have to think deeply before we make our choices. Our brothers and sisters in Cross River, in River State, in Akwa Ibom, in Delta State, everybody needs to think. In Edo State, think seriously. Those of them in Benue State, think seriously. If you're in Kogi State, think seriously. If you're in Plateau State, in Nasarawa, think seriously. If you're in Taraba, think seriously. This religious conquest, if you look at the map of Africa, you can understand it better. Then you don't need anybody to tell you that it has started long ago and they're moving on with it. Go to the shores and coastal lines of the Atlantic, of the Indian Ocean, Africa's coastal lines in the Indian Ocean, and you see what Islam is also doing there, how they're fighting. So we must understand what we are facing. So here Ahmadu Bello says, and I quote again, he says, this nation called Nigeria should be an estate of our great-grandfather, Uthman Danfodio. We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. We use the minorities in the north as willing tools, and the south as conquered territory, and never allow them to rule, to have control over their future. Some of you may say, oh, well, Obasanjo ruled. Obasanjo was the stooge of the north. Jonathan that came there by accident. So you can see that the plot of Uthman Danfodio has been working. And the British have supported them in this. That the people have not actually ruled themselves, people in the south. This thing that Ahmadu Bello said seems to be succeeding. We all need to think deeply. Otherwise, we will leave a legacy that is terrible to our children. Our children will not survive what will happen to them in that land. We must think deeply on this issue. This was said by Ahmadu Bello, the Sultan of Sokoto, in the Parrot magazine, Wednesday, October the 12th, 1960. There's another quote in 1964 by one Malam Bala Garuba, and it was quoted by the West African pilot on December 30, 1964. And he says this, quote, "The conquest to the sea is now in sight. When our God sent Ahmadu Bello said some years ago that our conquest will reach the seashores of Nigeria, some idiots in the South were doubting its possibilities. Today, have we not reached the sea? Lagos is reached. It remains Port Harcourt. It must be conquered and taken after December 30, 1964. This is Malam Balagaruba, West African pilot, December 30, 1964. So we can see that. People talk about insults. We see what he said. He said, when some idiots in the South were doubting its possibilities. Later on, you say, oh, the Southern, they were insulting them. And so these are the worst, most insulting people you can deal with. Look at what Ahmadu Bello said. Is that not an insult to everybody? Why don't Nigerians consider this an insult? And then we talk about hate speech and all the rest. Oh, this is hate speech. And then the point that, and this is the blindness which you see created in the sort of religious ideology of Islam, that people will never find them what they're doing wrong. The other person whom the person that the victim has to be wrong. The person they're violating has to be wrong. It is ingrained in their mentality. And that is what you're looking at. So to think that they will be as reasonable as you are, this is certain things that we need to have to deal with. It is not possible. It is just not possible. Unless they leave that ideology that drives them, they part with it. Without parting with it, it's very difficult to convince these people to act as civilized people. Otherwise, they are on conquest. And I think it is very clear to everybody now what is going on. But we have to act on it. We all have to act on it and act very quickly. I would like to go to Mazi Ahmed Fulukando to give me his own commentary regarding what is happening, because the Ahmadis are coming in. It seems that in places like Anambra, they're organizing 11 trucks coming into Cross River State was turned back. 11 trucks. You know, how do we find out? What are we supposed to do? How do we find out who is, because this has to be financed, not by these poor people. And these are foot soldiers. These are mercenaries. These are Islamic jihadists. You know, we have had reports of guns being found in mosques. There are reports of guns being and arms and ammunition being buried in forests in Biafra land. And it seems that these people are getting ready for the kill. Mazi Ahmed Fulukando, if you're there. Let's go to Mazi Kenna1 and then you come back to Mazi Ahmed Fulukando later on. Mazi Kenna1, and then you please lend us your valuable idea.
Can you hear me?
Insecurity, because it seems to be growing.
Can I go ahead? Wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Okay, this is the Kenna1 and then my brother.
And we'll come back to you.
Okay. My brother, Geoffrey Shinawata, has really elaborated a lot of stuff going on, and this is really very, very disheartening about what is going on in Southeast, even Southwest, even South, more especially in Southeast. I think the governors, the people who are supposed to be the security officers to protect life and property, are a problem. I don't know what's wrong with them. I don't know whether they have mental problem. I don't know whether they're thinking. I don't know whether they've been hypnotized. I don't really know what's going on. Then the citizens, the hostility has taken over. I can't understand why people with so much intelligence, people with so much, vigor in doing things, so much communal, cohesion that has been with our great grandfathers, our fathers, and at this century, I can't understand what's going on. Even the ones in the universities, the professors and all whatnot, everybody's so docile. Nobody's thinking anymore. Nobody is thinking anymore. How many times will this information be given to people about the domination and Islamization of our people? The essence they want to, Islamize Biafrans, Southeast in particular. Southwest is almost Southwest. They have about 60% Muslims, or even more, and growing. They have very few, just a minuscule in Southeast and also Cross River and South. So this is their last territory, and they're using every information, everything within their coffers to make sure that Southeast is Islamized. How are they doing that? This is a plan that's been going on way back then. And is it being supported by Saudi Arabia and some other Muslim countries? And if we're not careful, what happened to Turkey is going to happen in Southeast. We're not careful. That time people say, it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen. But what was Turkey? The old Turkey Empire was 100% Christians. And due to negligence of Christians and due to docility of people, what is it now? Go and check. It's 99.9 Muslim. Turkey is 99.9 Muslim. From 100% Christians to 99.9 Muslims in Turkey now. Now, in Nigeria, the north is Muslim. More than half of the southwest is Muslim. It's only southeast that's left. Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Iraq, they're pumping weapons, to Islamize, the Biafrans. Because they know that Biafrans are people from part of the tribe of Israel. People who respect God, who fear God and respect men. So this is the only enclave they have now to take over the whole of Africa. How are they doing it right now? This is the only country that has allowed the Fulanis, people from Tajana Mountain, to take over, to go into the seat of power. Central African Republic chased them out. Guinea chased them out. Chad chased them out. Mali chased them out. Even Ghana chased them out. Upper Volta chased them out. Now they've found a place where they can come, deceive, malign, play all these games, trilateral agreements. One person will be telling you yes, another person will be telling you no, another person will try to reconcile you. It's the same people playing all these games. That's how they took over the Hausa people. So now this Islamist, this genocidist, the most hated hater of Igbos. In fact, Buhari hates Igbos more than even Gowon. He came in after this is the third trial for him to become the president, because he has he already concerted how he's going to do this Islamization, how he's going to destroy Christianity, how he's going to destroy the Igbos. He came in, he sneakily took over the court system. Everybody kept quiet. He sneakily took over the military system. He took over the Air Force. Fulani is the head. Took over the Navy. Fulani is the head. Took over the Army. Fulani is the head. The Customs and all the NCDC and all these peripheral organizations. They have tons and tons of them carry gun. See, Nigeria, every office carry gun. Even sometimes the fire department carry gun. You know, the highway control, whatever some of them carry gun. You know, so he has done that. What is the essence? So that where are you going to run to? Even they took over the educational system. You know, is the police system is already taken over by them. You know, so they've planned. They already got this and get the governors. You know, fed them with money and promises and all whatnot. Some of them don't even reason very, very well. When their people are being killed, they just keep quiet. So when he has got all these areas, especially the Supreme Court system, the court system, because the last part you go to protest is to the Supreme Court. They got him. They put this guy who failed English and failed the mathematics. He graduated in the Sharia law, Islamic law, excuse me. Now he is the head of the Supreme Court, who in turn installed the Buhari of Imo State. The Buhari of Imo State, he installed him. So this is the plan. Now they've come into the heart, to the nucleus of the Igbo land, the nucleus of Biafra. They've taken Imo State now. So all these plans, they've been going on little by little. Now they're in a stage of bringing all these Amajiris. These are not Amajiris. These are Boko Haram members. These are ASWAP, remnants of ISIS that was decimated in Middle East, who ran over to Africa. Now they formed ASWAP. Many of them are from Chad. Many of them are from Niger. Some of them are from Libya. They formed this group, and he had an open border coming into now. Yeah, welcome. You don't even need a visa. They've been trooping in. And it's the same group now they've arranged by the Hausa Fulani oligarchy, the rich people in the north, arrange these things, hire bosses. And this guy, I didn't know that Dangote is so evil. He's an evil man. He keeps quiet. Don't hear him. He sneaks. He's a green snake in the green grass. He arranges for his truck, his 10-footer trucks, to be bringing these people in. Say that he's transporting salt, he's transporting sugar, he's transporting cement, but hiding these people into his trucks. And these people are very, very smart. Throughout the northern, where they drive this group of troops, mercenaries, down to the southeast, down to Biafra land. Why they do that? They leave the tarpaulin open. Once they enter the eastern area, the southeastern area, then they put the tarpaulin, because there's no way somebody's going to stay in a truck with tarpaulin all the way from Kano to this. He will die. He will suffocate. They're speaking under different areas, under the nooks and corners, of cement and rice and sugar and all whatnot. They feed them in. And it's only about 10% are caught. Many of them have been dropped off along Obolafo and Soka through Anambra roads. They keep on dropping them off. Sometimes in 10s, sometimes in 5s. They drop them off. They stick into the bushes. They drop, and each of these will have cell phone. Tell me, Almajiri has a cell phone. Each of these will have a mini AM radio, small radio for instructions. They keep on dropping them off in different places. They're also doing the same thing in the west, doing the same thing in the so-called south. And nobody's saying anything. We've been clamoring on this thing for years and years and years. This is time. They have come in, and they keep on tripping in. And they have other agenda. They bring all their youths between 16 years old to 30 years old. They come in, they marry most women, in the south because of hunger, and start impregnating them, And some of this when are coming, there's one I saw. He was wearing Ishiago, dressed like an Igbo person. So that when they see them, they think, oh, it's an Igbo person. They're passing. This people have so much plan, and this is planned by the Hausa Fulani oligarchy, the people in the seat of power, from the Brutai to all these governors of the north, So all these emirs, they plan this because these people don't even have money. How can they afford to be transported from north to the south? They have cell phone. They have a little mini radios, and they are being dropped off. They have money to feed. Being dropped off areas they don't know. They coordinate with each other. Right now, what they're doing, they're coordinating because they've already dropped weapons way back then, about 3 months ago. And most of the agitation groups, they have been shouting and talking about all this, for about a year now. They've been dropping weapons and burying them in the forest and in farms. That's why some areas you go into a big farm, you see a land that is disturbed. They wrap them in a big tarpaulin and plastic and bury them there. They know where those are. The other ones, they put them in mosque. And also some of them, they are putting some of their willing governors, they put them in their storage places, in the governor's office, the governor's storage room, So everything is planned. The only thing that is delaying them is because of coronavirus. If not, they could have started their onslaught. So now they are moving their land troops everywhere, little by little. It's only about 10% that are caught. The ones they move in the night don't even catch them because most times in the night the security are gone home. They sneak in. They filled up southeast, the whole Biafra, south with all these people. So what is our advice? Our advice is, number one, there are certain things you can do. The old school fashion area, especially this happened during the Civil War. People who were there, who know, who it's happened. It's called combing, sashing, village by village. We are suggesting that most of these groups, we have so many tons and tons and tons of Biafran groups or agitation groups or Southeastern groups, both in diaspora and back home. The age group, the older group, older men group, and all these social organizations. They have all these groups, the women groups, and all whatnot. What we advise for them to get together and form a village vigilante group. What do? They bring the men together in villages. They go and do combing, searching forest to forest, because this is where they're heading now. There's a lot of them in the forest now, a lot. They sneak in, buy some food, then they go into the forest or into the bushes that are not being utilized. And now they mix with the Hausa Fulani, the herdsmen. So you don't even know who is the herdsman and who is the missionary. So they should go up and also be vigilant. Practice. SSS. See something, say something. See something, say something. Tell your neighbor. Back in the East, this is what you can do right now. And also, there are legal things you can have at home. You can have a knife, machete, big knife, sharpen it that way. 2 of them, put them under your bed. You can have udo. Here the stuff for using pounding yams and Gary. You can have that. Those are legal. You can have sword. It's legal. If you have money, you can have a security dog. You can have surveillance cameras. Then also you can provide yourself with a strong room. A strong room is a room where you go, you fashion it as the way you are. This is a strong room you can put you and your family. When something happens where you don't have any other, you go into that room, and that room nobody knows it. That room is protected. It can give you some time for you to, plan your next action. Have a third eye. Like I say, see something, say something. You look around your area, people who are not familiar with you, Then also you have an emergency phone fully charged with an emergency name. You can call people in diaspora, you can call people within your community whom you trust and tell them this is happening. Then you provide yourself with shoes. These are not high heel shoes for women. Shoes, canvas shoes, something that can make you climb through something, walk through something easily. No safe passes. You have yourself a flashlight. So this is what you should be doing right now. This is illegal. This is illegal. You have to protect yourself. You have the genuine right to protect yourself. Going to pray and going to going to they're coming, please help us. This is not going to help you. You have to help yourself. hostility should be eliminated. Because this is a matter of life and death. So it's really very painful that our people are not taking cognizance of what is happening, and we have to act. We have to act very, very swiftly, to be able to make sure that we protect ourselves. All these drops, they're already planned. They are planned by the Buhari regime, by some of the governors. It's only a few that are really seeing exactly what's going on. But most of them are like in coma. So they don't even hear. No matter whatever you cry, no matter whatever we say, they don't pay attention to. So you have to protect yourself. You have to, when somebody's attacking you, you don't run, defend. There's 50% chance that you survive. But if you're running, 100% chance that you'll be killed. So get all these legal weapons and put them within reach, so that you retaliate. You must retaliate and save your life and save the life of children and women. And most young people, especially young girls, have to be very, very careful. Most of these people speak half Igbo, half Hausa. You don't even know whom they are. They offer you money, for something else, and so this is a part of Islamization. They want to convert Southeast. They want to convert Biafra to Islam. And it's slowly, through the politics, through the army, through the education and all whatnot, So you have to be very, very careful. You have to look over and support your people. This is Iken Nawan, and I stop there. Thank you so much, my brother. Mazi Odimoralo.
Thank you so much, my brother Iken Nawan, and you. Biafrans, you've heard him. Please hold dear his own advice and instructions that you heard now. It's very important that you protect yourself. We will fight as a people. We pray, but we will fight for our lives. We are not going to stand there for somebody to slaughter us. No. We pray to God, and then we activate that faith through battle. And you will see what God will do. You will see the power of the God of Israel manifest right there. So they are not going to conquer us. It's only if we leave our God, then we begin to look for help from man, then that's where we'll fail. But if we do like he's advising you to do now, and we will give you further ideas as time goes on what could be done. But you must have formations. You must have you have to organize. It's very important, because if we are unorganized, that's how they are able to do certain things they do to certain communities. And because people are not organized, they easily scatter. So you must organize, you must belong to a group. And so also those who are in diaspora, this is the time to go to your town's meeting. This is the time to go to your town and motivate them and talk to them. Yes, even our governors and political leaders, they have numbers, and they call them and tell them off. Tell them, don't talk to them, in such respect, because they don't deserve the respect. Tell them off. Tell them that if they do not protect your people as they have signed up to do, nobody forced them to be governor. If you don't want to hold a public office and keep to the responsibility of holding that public office, you have the choice of not doing so. But if you're doing that and you're not doing your job, the first duty of a government is to ensure that there is security for the citizens, for its people. The government is supposed to serve the people, not the people serving the government, because our people understand it wrongly. That is why I said don't talk to them. Tell them straightforward that they are not doing their jobs. And they should go home if they don't want to do it anymore. Because if this thing starts, if it blows up, they will be held responsible. And they will be held responsible already for those who have been killed unjustly in our land. Like bringing the soldiers up to slaughter Biafran youth for what? Why should that happen? Because they took a flag and they were demonstrating. Oh, they are IPOP, so we are all indigenous people of Biafra. So why should they do that? Those people who have done that must be held responsible by our people. Our time is coming, their hands will be in the cuffs and they will put in the dock. They will face the law. Trust me when I tell you that will happen, because evil cannot always succeed. No, it has its own expiry date. So their evil have their expiry date as well. So as the Fulani. So, take everything that Mazi has said here very, very seriously and begin to do it and begin to be involved today. Do not say, oh, it will, things will not be anymore okay. Things are going to be okay. Or, it's not always going to be like this. Oh, well, my governors are doing something. It is that false hope and false trust that puts people into certain terrible, tragic situations and experience. And we don't want our people to be there. We are tired of seeing people who have been butchered and cut up in pieces by Fulani people. We are tired of the news. And then for people, we say it should not continue. You can see that as the politicians are speaking, they don't talk about right of self-defense because their hearts are not strong enough. Some of them are so compromised. Self-defense is your right. That somebody wants to kill you and you defend yourself. You have the right to defend yourself. It is incontestable. So please know that. Organize. Join a group, organize. You must be organized. And you must be connected to other organizations who are your people together. We will give you some advice after as dear sister Oziomeme's comment. We will also, give you some more ideas on what to do and how to handle the situation. And this is a situation where everybody now must be involved. Everybody has to be involved. We have to be involved. Otherwise, we will be finished as a people. Mazi, let me go to our sister Ozomembe to please comment on this issue of security. And after that, we'll give you an advice, and then we go up about Biafra Memorial to highlight certain things historically that are important for us to know regarding our history as a people. Sister Ozomembe, please.
Thank you, Mazi Odemwalo. And I thank my fellow panelists, Mazi Ochinawata and Mazi Wananeni have already expounded on two different, very diverse aspects of this issue. And we've been talking about this for over a year, more than a year or two now. I mean, this is not new. And then we're still wondering whether they're awake or not. It doesn't matter whether you're awake or not. The point is the snake is already there sleeping with you if you're still sleeping. And if you allow it, it will strangle you, So we have already said what to do. Organizing and uniting, the infighting has to stop. The infighting has to stop. You have to understand that every Biafran is your brother and your sister. Unless the ones that are in collusion with the Fulanis, then those that the enemy, the friend of your enemy is your enemy. But the enemy of your enemy is your friend. So we all have one common enemy, and that's the Fulanis and their plans to Islamize the Biafra, the eastern side of the Biafran area. And they have really been very successful using divide and conquer. But we've talked about that for several years and several months now. And you all should know it. When you are divided, it's easy to conquer you. So we've been, talking about uniting together and fighting together, so that you win the war when you fight together. When you fight your common enemy together. So the organization we're talking about is not just one village. Each village will, will congregate and not congregate now. Will fight together and then lend a hand to the next village, so that you all have a connection, so that when one village is attacked, the news should go, and you can't use your phone either because they can tap the phone. I mean, there are things we used in the past, the gun and the, how you play the bell, and the dog. Use anything you need to use that will make noise, and tell your enemy, or you have a code. Devise a code and use it. We are already at war. You cannot sit there with your hands in your lap and allow the Fulanis to come and take over. We are already at war. And the governors are still, helping your enemy to conquer you. So you should know by now that they are not a part of you. They're not fighting with you. It's for the local people to organize and fight this war. And that's how you win it. That's how you win it. I mean, the history of what went on, I don't want to go into that because that's been going on for years. Their plan of conquering the eastern part of Nigeria. So let us all go to work and unite. Join a group. We said that before. Join a group. It doesn't matter what group. And those of them that think it's only limited to IPOB, anybody in Biafra land is an indigenous people of Biafra. It's not just limited to IPOB, whatever they call the iron IPOB that's actually causing mayhem in Biafra land. That's not the IPOB I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people that live in Biafra land. We all need to fight together so that we can win this war. And we can win it because we have God with us. Mm-hmm. Any group with God is majority. And in order to do that, we all have to stop doing things that provoke God. Because I know when Sodom and Gomorrah was going down, God was looking for 10 people that are honest to him. 10 people. I hope Biafra hasn't degraded to that point. That they will find enough people that are honest and spiritual and serving him to save us, all of us. So I'm not gonna say, the history and everything is already been expounded. So I'm not going through that. I'm just giving everybody the courage that we can do this. We can do this. We can do this. So thank you all, and I will stand by. This is Uzioma standing by. Thank you. And thank you, Mazio Odemoran.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sister Zomeme, for that analysis. People, you have heard it. There are certain advice which we want to give out. You've had a lot of it here, but I am moved to give you a message from the Biafran Restoration Movement. And it goes like this. Amid COVID-19 pandemic and high risk of outbreaks and social regulations by health agencies and government, like lockdowns and curfews for public safety, Northern Islamic hordes are yet again typically in clear violation of these rules. The mass movement of young men between 20s and 30s of age, men of fighting and working age into Biafra land, even as many from this specific demography, which is the Islamic North, had been in the past infiltrating our borders, communities, and cities with no clear discernible objective, but now must be seen as an invasion. Now must be seen as an invasion. We must also begin to build data about these people because, when they come in, if you stop them on the road, what stops them from using the bush? That's what is going on. They're using the bush to get in because those trailers that are turned back will turn back, move a few miles, and then they will decide to use the bush to come on in. Because let me tell you the truth, they would have weapons waiting for them. We have already seen those who are scaling the walls on compounds of people with knives to kill them. That's because there are no guns to assign those ones. If they had the guns to assign them, they will assign them. And it's gone viral. So we must understand this. And that's why everybody must be meeting right now and be talking wherever you are all over the world, and begin to think about what to do to forestall this impending catastrophe. So we must begin to build data. Every border security outfit and posts, including community members, must halt them and ascertain their identities and objectives. You must halt them and ascertain their identities and objectives. Interview them separately. Interview them separately when they are in groups and determine the coherence of their stories. The interview should be recorded. You can use your phone, use something, catch the identity of that individual. Because they're individuals, they're human beings, just terrible ones indeed. We must determine where they are from, where they are going, and for what purpose as much as we can. Take their pictures with your phones and take notes with notebooks. If they have to fill forms, let them fill forms. But some of them claim they don't know how to write. Take notebooks of their statements attached to their names and pictures. This will go a long way in verification of claims. They and their vehicles and property must be held in custody until their story is verified, or alternatively turned back towards where they came from. Because it's important that you get that vehicle, get the number of the vehicle, find out who they claim to own that vehicle that is bringing them, because there are people sponsoring this. We need to know who they are. Security and good health of our own security workers must be ensured. We must back our security and border security with more people. We don't need to have just 2-3 people and border security. No, you need a crowd, a large number of people as border security. That is why we want this vigilante thing to kick off and everybody to be involved. It's very important. Collective work. Remember that the Biafrans are known for working collectively. We talk about our individualism and Republican nature, but we work collectively whenever it's needed, and we do that very well. So security and good health of our own security workers must be ensured. Every male up to 20 years of age must enlist in every village, community, town, and city vigilante outfit to strengthen security within its areas and be in contact with their neighbors. They must watch out for clandestine movements and actions. So every youth, if you're 20 years old, go and put your name down, register. You all can once you put your mind together, God will give you the wisdom and ideas on what to do. But you can't just sit there and be watching. Nobody sits and watches as death comes gradually to him or her. That doesn't make sense. So we must establish who they are. What is their nature of work? Where are they coming from and where are they going? Why? Why are they going there? When did they set out on that journey and how do they intend to accomplish the objectives? There are common questions that may be asked, like, what is your name? And what village, town, or city do you come from? What is your name? And what village, town, or city do you come from? Secondly, you could ask them, how old are you? What are you coming to Biafra land to do? What are you coming here to do? Find out their age and find out what they're coming to do. If you are offered a job, what is that job and who offered it to you? Are you married? You have children? And what's the name of your parents? Where do they live? Who is sponsoring this travel? Where is he? Who owns the vehicle of transportation? Who is the guide among you? Who is leading you in this journey? Who is providing you with food and shelter? Who is providing you with food and shelter? Why are you moving at such a dangerous time? And why are you hiding and unconcerned about your safety? How many checkpoints did you meet from where you came from? And where were those checkpoints? Were you searched? If you are a foreigner, what country are you from? And where are your passports and identification? Why is your destination the southeastern region? So we must find out who they are. If they claim to foreigners, get their pictures. You can use your phone to take their pictures, and every vigilante point must have a collection of those information, to send it over to the central security point, so that we don't have a collective. We'll have a data of every Fulani person in Igbo land. It is the duty of everybody who is in Biafra land to ensure that you stop them and question them and collect this information. I will read those information again, the kind of questions you need to ask them. Number one, what is your name? What village, town, or city do you come from? How old are you? And what are you coming to Biafra land to do? If you are offered a job, number three, if you offered a job, what is that job and who offered it to you? Because some of them might claim to have been offered a job here, or they're going to do this and that. Who is the person that is doing that? Who is the person behind that? Number four, are you married? Have children? And what is the name of your parents? And where do they live? And that if they're married, they have children, what is the name of their parents and where do they live? Number five, who is sponsoring this travel and where is he? Where does the person who's sponsoring that travel, where is he? What state, what village, what is the point? And what does that person do? You must find these questions, get these answers out from them. They must be in custody until they provide those answers. If they don't provide the answers, then they stay in custody. Who owns the vehicle of transportation? This vehicle must be seized until the information is gotten before it's released. Who is the guide among you? Number six, who is providing you with food and shelter? How do they feed themselves? Number seven, why are you moving at such a dangerous time? And why are you hiding and unconcerned about your safety? Number eight, how many checkpoints did you meet from where you are coming from? And where were those checkpoints? Were you searched? You find if they were searched. Because if somebody's coming from Kanu, how many checkpoints did they pass? Why weren't they turned back by in other states? At such a time, there's a lockdown and COVID-19. You see, this period has revealed more to those who are doubting Thomas's about the intents of the Fulani against our people. If you are a foreigner, what country are you from and where are your passports and identification? They must provide their papers of identification. Why is your destination the southeastern region? Why must it be this side that you're coming? Why not look for your destiny in Niger or Chad or go off to Egypt? So it must now be obvious even to the strong contestants of its veracity that the genocidal war against Biafra between 1967 and 1970 never ended. We still have no other options in the face of relentless abuse of our rights and threat to slaughter us in our own homes, but to defend ourselves. Nigerian government, in surreal repeat of its past glory role, seems to be working to attain this sinister objective a weird second time. Yet our trust is in our God. The long list of Fulani violations of the rights of Biafrans and indigenous peoples of Nigeria is incontestable, as they still work with the cooperation of the armed forces and security agencies and a government seized in pursuit of an ethnic and religious conquest agenda. There is no justice for the hundreds of thousands dead at the hand of the terrorist groups, those in internally displaced persons camps, the poor and diseased as a result of the northern oligarchies, disruption of peace. Nigeria had been in a state of war that its government refuses to officially declare because it is driven by the unreasonable pursuits of the religious ruling elite in the Islamic North. A Biafran nationalist Our own Nemana has elucidated Fulani conquest strategy as being of tripartite approach. One group is belligerent, bringing the terrible effects of war against its victims. Another feigns peace, befuddling their victims. And the third fakes neutrality, while they collectively drive their sinister agenda. Their victims squirms in vulnerability, consternation, and ultimate defeat. So they come in three ways. One group is belligerent. They are the ones that kill and keep killing. Then you have ones who, another group of Fulani people who will be telling you, oh, we are for peace. Oh, this killing is bad. It's very bad. We condemn it, you see? And then we have a third who fake neutrality, who says, well, I'm neutral. Act like, oh, we don't know what is happening. What exactly is happening? You see, they are all working together to confuse you. That is why they will tell you one Nigeria, why they are conquering you, why they are killing you right there. Whereas they have hijacked the government cannot ensure using security forces that these terrorists stop because they are working with the government. So are you going to keep expecting the government to save you when the government is the one working against you? You're reporting to the police. That policeman, is a Fulani man, he's working with them. So there's no point going to report to them. They will only use that report and the information you give to them to monitor you. He will inform those of them in the bush. Tell them what is happening. These people are crafty, but they are evil. We have seen their history, and their history is there for everybody. You can simply Google it. You can go and fish it out in libraries, however source you want that you believe in, and go and source it out, and you will see that we're dealing with a very dangerous people. We need to act boldly. Stop making reports to the police who are working with them, because it won't help the police to get more information about you and inform them. So I'll continue. It says, our political leaders, as is tragically apparent, have failed us. Biafrans must come to terms with this object reality, the bloody relationship Nigeria has brought to their lives, and the failed effort over the decades to avoid its troubles. It may be that the only option left is to confront it. Let it not be that we are a people always wishing for the best, even when we are facing the obvious. I'll repeat that again. Let it not be that we are a people always wishing for the best, even when we are facing the obvious. May the facts of our existence appropriately address any psychological opium of denial and false hope that had assailed our cultural philosophy. Right now, we need ideas and cooperation from ourselves. We need our scientists, administrators, educators, businessmen and women, those with knowledge and experience in the military and security. We need everybody. We need most especially our own God of Israel to help us through our Lord Yeshua HaMashiach. Mazi Kerigwe, I would like you to speak on this because you have the very knowledge of security and what are the situations that is in our homeland. The idea of these incursions, this invasion that is going on, and the killings have continued repeatedly in a long list of killings. Yet we have a government who has done nothing, and our people are hoping that our governors and commissioners and senators will do something. They haven't done anything because these people are sold out. They are sold out to simply embezzling public funds and living in seeking personal aggrandizement. That is what it is obvious that they have committed themselves to, because they have not committed themselves to the service of the people, but to themselves. So Mazi Ikediwe, please, if you can comment on this issue, we will be glad to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mazoji. Thank you, our listeners. Thank you, humanity. I must confess that our land is terrible. These are the worst of times for our land. The Biafra land is now surrendered by men with wrong motive, men that have come to murder our people, men coming from the region that has never had any good thought for us, and they've surrendered us. And this were the reason why most of us were shouting when Buhari was heading into that position. Most of us foresaw that the hatred this man has for us is chronic and it will never change. This is a man who has never seen anything good about our people. And immediately he won. Most of us will know that during the election, when he was campaigning, he went all through the regions in 2015. People welcomed him in other places. But in our own region, we welcomed him very, very well. In fact, we gifted him titles, we gifted him name, thinking it's going to change. But the man is a leopard, he will never change. Immediately he won. What did he do? He promised he was going to give us a 5% treatment. And we don't forget that he made that statement in the soil of America. Our people must learn to always point that out, that this statement was made in the soil of America. When he visited the White House for the first time, he promised the region. In fact, he asked the person that asked him that question, have you seen the election results? And he continued, the region of the country that gave me 97% vote can never, in all sincerity, be treated as those that gave me 5% vote. That was what he said. And that triggered this in most of us who knew who this man is, an unrepentant hater of our people. He triggered this into us, and we started complaining. We started speaking out. No, but these media handlers will tell you there's nothing happening. And what did he do? He has vowed to give us a 5% treatment, and he has never looked back since then. Immediately he came back from that thing. The first thing he did was to start killing our people who were demanding for right to self-determination, just like he also demanded for Islamic people, Islamic territory of Palestine and southern Western Sahara. The same thing he was killing our people was what he was going out there to plead for Islamic countries. In other words, Buhari is somebody that prefers outsiders, strangers, better than our people. In fact, he respects the life of a cow more than the life of a Biafran or somebody from that our region of the country. He's an arch hater of our people, and that's how our people must know that this is the worst times for us. He will never change. In fact, the surrounding of our place right now, the movement of this is killer herdsmen and Boko Haram and the Almajiris down to our land is a well-coordinated movement. It's not by accident. We must understand that. It's not as if they just woke up and were going on their own. No, this is a coordinated. This is a network. It's a syndicate that is pushing these people. And thank God for the lockdown, because it's really opened our eyes. I think it's making everybody to be aware of what is going on. Don't forget that it's not only this one. This has been happening ever since. But the lockdown right kind of exposed it more. In other words, our people must understand right now that we must be at alert. Because what the plan is for us is plan to eliminate all of us. He has never hidden this before. He has never hidden the fact that he wants us exterminated. What is the definition of 5% treatment? Can somebody tell me? If somebody says, I'm not going to give you the right treatment I'm giving to others, I'm going to give you the 5% treatment. What is 5% treatment? If 5% treatment was even denying us all our rights, not employing us in the civil service, not denying us the seaports and the rest of it, we will still be happy. But this man is not satisfied. He still wants to kill us. He still wants to murder us. After murdering so many Biafran activists, he's now going into our villages, now planting his foot soldiers into our villages. And where will this end? In fact, if we do not wake up right now, what happened to the Jews will be worse than what these people are bringing to our land. Our people must wake up. We must rise up. We must fight it. In fact, this is a collective battle that we must all fight. And this time around, I don't care whether I'm in the same camp with you or not. This is a time for everybody in our land to close ranks. We must close ranks. We must protect the land. The men must make sure the women are protected, because the responsibility of the men to protect the women everywhere. We must all close ranks to make sure that these people are stopped. We mustn't put our trust in the so-called political leaders from the southeast or from our regions of the country. They will continue to serve their master. In fact, they don't really care, because when it happens, they'll fly abroad. It's you and I who are here that must make sure. It's you and I who care, who has these people, who have relations here, that must make sure that we save the land. It's the masses that save the land, not these few elites that believe they've made it or fly. And that's why the responsibility is in our hands to make sure that we stop everything. So we must start by articulating all security methods that we must use. This is a time no longer to sleep. A man who is surrounded by the enemy does not sleep with his two eyes closed. We must all rise up right now and stop these people. And the only way to stop a man with a gun, a man with sophisticated weapon as a carrying around all the forests in our distance, you don't stop such people with your empty hands. You stop them with equivalent of what they bring too. And this is the time our people must rise up and get the help we need. We must reach out. We must do whatever is necessary to make sure that we save our land. And saving our land starts with you and I. And you and I must do everything humanly possible to make sure that we are not exterminated. Because Buhari, every plan he has for us is to make sure that we are exterminated. He has never hidden his dislike or hatred for us. In fact, he told us from day one, the 5% treatment. And the 5% treatment is going on. In fact, because his tenure is running, he wants to finish it up before the next 3 years. And these years is going to be very terrible for our people. And the only way we can stop it is to get all this. Now, one of this is the radio. We actually need to get our people informed. This is why this radio is very, very important. We mustn't also forget that Buhari and his government just floated the radio the Fulani radio. What is he using it for? In the paper, I said he wants to reach out to the Fulanis. What is he reaching out to tell them? This herdsman, what is he reaching out to tell them? He's going to use that radio to connect that to murder our people. And that's why it's also good that we use this on our own radio. Shout Radio Biafra International. We also coordinate our people on how to be safe. This is very, very important. As important as it. And that's why we must all support what this medium that we have, so that we can reach out to more people. Because the more people we reach are those that we save. We save at the end of the day. I don't want to waste our time. I just want to tell us the truth. We must rise and help our people. And you don't help people without reaching to them. We just have to reach our people. And thank God we've started doing it right. And I pray that very soon we'll be able to get more this on FM, so that we can expand and make our people tell our people what to do. Because the times we are at, this is the worst of times for our people. And that's why we must do everything humanly possible to stop the program that is coming. Thank you. I'll stay behind now.
Thank you so much, Mazi Kedigwe, for that contribution. People, I believe, are waking up. May they be stirred up to do what we need to do in order to protect ourselves as Biafran people. And we say Biafran with pride. We don't hide the fact that we're Biafrans, because I don't see why it should be an offense for somebody to say, I'm a Biafran. and you cave in to them when they intimidate you, because they know if you say that, once you say that, they are feeling uncomfortable. They tell you this, that. Why should anybody be threatened because you said you're Biafra? Are they the people to name you? You are free to reject the name Nigeria, actually. What has Nigeria done to our people other than exploit, oppress, and kill them? Perpetrating genocide against them as a country. What has it done for us? It was a British contraption cobbled up for the interest of the British, not for the interest of the indigenous people who are there. And as we can see, it hasn't worked after 100 years, and it's not going to work. So for those who are still trusting in Nigeria, okay, fix it yourself, and then allow those who want to leave to leave. It is their right. One thing you see people who believe it, who are talking about Nigeria don't want to listen to or to hear is when you talk about human rights, that there is right of self-determination. They don't like to hear about right of opinion, right of expression, right of speech, right of movement, right of religion, right of assembly, and right of self-determination. Worst is the right to hold opinion and speak, our right to our lives, obviously, and then the right of self-determination. It is our right. It's the right of every indigenous people in the world. It's enshrined in the United Nations Charter on people's rights. So why, and even the AU, the African Union Charter on People's Rights, it is there. But why is it that Nigerians don't want to entertain it? That is why we want to tell you how evil that is. Once people don't want to listen to a truth, know that there is some negative forces moving with them. And why would you listen to the truth? If it's the truth, keep it. But because in that contraption, some people want to hold others as slaves and exploit them and kill them out of sheer hatred, motivated by religious ideology, like Islam, which is the main one, the main problem we have there, because that's what's motivating the people from the north, and why should that be? Why must we then accept it? Why must we accept it? These are questions that everybody should ask themselves. But anyway, thank you for that contribution. I want to add to that the people in Delta State, the police in Delta State, they were talking about moving them to the north, the officers from the southern states to the north, and bringing those from the north to the south. And you see, they want to bring the police command from the north, northerners. That's what they want to do there. They bring them so that they can command the slaughter. What else are they plotting? These people are evil, and it is a fact of history. Any Fulani person can come and challenge us in Biafra International, or anywhere for that matter, because we have the facts. The facts are bounded. They will come out because they know that they don't have the facts to challenge this. You see? So, but they will continue to plot what they are plotting. When you want to move police commissioners who have southern origin to north, this is the police force complaining, not me, not Radio Biafra International. It is the police force themselves that this has never happened. They want to move and they're moving the northerners so that when they're slaughtering our people, we run to the police like some people do. We run to the police or run to the army. It is them. So because they're going to help the slaughter. These things need to be brought clearly to us so it can help us in taking very serious decisions about our own very safety and survival in that land. Now, for those who are still, I want to read some excerpts regarding our history that are very, very important, so that even the young can get a good view of what exactly is happening, because we have historical background to this thing. We're not just talking. It is something that has already happened to us. So this is not just grandstanding, no, or some form of propaganda and that's it. No, these are facts. So let me give you a quote from Herbert Ekwekwe in the Guardian newspapers of Sunday, January 25, 2004. Professor Herbert Ekwekwe wrote, the 1967 to 1970 war was waged by the federal Nigerian military government led by General Yakubu Gowon, to overwhelm and destroy the corporate ability of the Igbo to resist an aggression triggered in the first place because they were simply expressing their inalienable fundamental human rights to freely decide to belong or not belong to a political relationship. In the wake of the most horrific case of massacre the previous year, during the month of May to October 1966, about 100,000 Igbo were hunted down and killed in several northern towns and cities, and everywhere in the Federation in a pogrom that was planned and executed by the northern Nigeria political, military, and religious establishment. Most were killed in their houses, offices, businesses, schools, colleges, and hospitals, as well as those who were attacked at railway stations and on trains, bus stops and bus stations and buses, and in buses, airports, and in cars, lorries, and on foot, as they sought to escape the pogrom for their homeland in eastern Nigeria. Thousands of others sustained horrific injuries, several of whom were maimed for life. This is by Herbert Ekwekwe, Professor Herbert Ekwekwe, in the Guardian newspapers of Sunday, January 25th, 2004. It's very important that we make some of these quotes so you can understand exactly what our people faced and why we must not allow it to repeat itself again. For those of us who are listening from all over the world, you have to come off the couch this time around. You just have to come off the couch. Join your village meetings, your community meetings. They must be somewhere, find them out, join them, and ask them a simple question. What are they doing about what is happening at home today in the homeland? Very important. So that everybody, all hands must be on deck. Otherwise, we lose not just our land, you lose you lose it to your next generation, to the next children. If we all who are grown up, those of us who are living outside of Biafran homeland, and those who are living in there too as well, if we do not put our hands together to secure our land, to secure ourselves, then we cannot secure the future of our children. That should be known. If we can handle this, I doubt if they will. They may not understand what happened to them. So please pay attention very much as we inform and educate, or even ourselves, because as we are also informing you, so are we informing ourselves. We learn from this. I myself learn even as I broadcast Radio Biafra International immensely. So there is some, we're going into the Biafran honoring the Biafran nation, which was set up in 1967. And we want to go into some quotes from Ahela Declaration as well, so we can discuss that. And the next up there states, the Biafran Revolution is not just a movement of Igbos, Ibibios, Ijaws, and Ogonis, and Ogojas. It is a movement of true and patriotic Africans. It is African nationalism, conscious of itself and fully aware of the powers with which it is contending. We have indeed come a long way. We were once Nigerians, today we are Biafrans. We are Biafrans because on May 30th, 1967, we finally said no to the evils and injustices in which Nigeria was steeped. Nigeria was made up of peoples and groups with very little in common. As everyone knows, Biafrans were in the forefront among those who tried to make Nigeria a nation. It is ironic that some ill-informed and mischievous people today will accuse us of breaking up a united African country. Only those who do not know, tile facts or deliberately ignore them can hold such an opinion. We know the facts because we were there, and the things that happened to us. Nigeria was indeed a very wicked and corrupt country in spite of the glorious image given her in the European press. Did you hear that? This was in 1969. Then we said Nigeria was indeed a very wicked and corrupt country in spite of the glorious image given to her in the European press. Is Nigeria still a wicked country? In the affirmative. Is Nigeria still corrupt? It is now like tenfold worse than 1969, and we know that is true. And the facts are there. We know why Nigeria was given that image. It was her reward for serving the economic and political interests of our European masters. Nigeria is a stooge of Europe. Her independence was and is a lie. Even her prime minister was a knight of the British Empire, but worse than her total subservience to foreign political and economic interests. Nigeria committed many crimes against her nationals, which in the end made complete nonsense of her claim to unity. Nigeria persecuted and slaughtered her minorities. Nigerian justice was a farce. Her elections, her politics, her everything was corrupt. Qualification, merit, and experience were dislocated in public service. The same thing that everybody is complaining today. It has not changed. It has not changed. 50 years down the line, still it's worse, actually. Much worse. I'll continue. It says, in one area of Nigeria, for instance, they preferred to turn a nurse who had worked for 5 years into a doctor rather than employ a qualified doctor from another part of Nigeria. And you can tell this is probably the north. Continue. Barely literate clerks were made permanent secretaries. Barely literate clerks were made permanent secretaries. That is, Nigeria kept upholding incompetence, as we still see today, and nepotism. Terrible. I continue. It says the university vice chancellor was sacked because he belonged to the wrong tribe. Bribery, corruption, and nepotism were so widespread that people began to wonder openly whether any country in the world could compare with Nigeria in corruption and abuse of power. All the modern institutions, the legislature, the civil service, the army, the police, the judiciary, the universities, the trade unions, and the organs of mass information were devalued and made the tools of corrupt political power. There was complete neglect and impoverishment of the people. Whatever prosperity there was deceptive. There was despair in many hearts, and the number of suicides was growing every day. Now, stop here for the moment. So you can see, if you're reading this, it's like you're reading it today. But remember that it has grown worse since this Ahera Declaration was made in 1969. 50 years down the line, this has been much worse. But look at how it was then, as it was being spoken of by the Biafran leader. I go further here. It says again, then worst of all came the genocide, in which over 50,000 of our kid and kin were slaughtered in cold blood all over Nigeria, and nobody asked questions. Nobody showed regret. Nobody showed remorse. It's very important here. I will repeat this. It says, the worst of all came the genocide, in which over 50,000 of our kith and kin were slaughtered in cold blood all over Nigeria, and nobody asked questions, nobody showed regret, nobody showed remorse. And this is what we're supposed to expect. You see, we must be careful, because this is what the Fulani people are planning to repeat. This time, they slaughtered us all over the north, different parts of the country. Now they want to come to our house, our own home, and kill us. God will not allow that to happen. We must be awake. We must be awake to our responsibilities as human beings. I continue. It says, thus Nigeria had become a jungle with no safety, no justice, and no hope for our people. we decided then to found a new place, a human habitation, away from the Nigerian jungle. That was the origin of our revolution. From the moment we assumed the illustrious name of the ancient kingdom of Biafra, we were rediscovering the original independence of a great African people. We accepted by this revolutionary act the glory as well as the sacrifice of true independence and freedom. We knew that we had challenged the many forces and interests which had conspired to keep Africa and the Black race in subjection forever. We knew they were going to be ruthless and implacable in defense of their age-old imposition on us and exploitation of our people. But we were prepared and remain prepared to pay any price for our freedom and dignity. So we can see what this message from our Herald Declaration, what it's saying. You know, the age-old subjugation of our people, of the Africans and the people of the Black race. You understand that slavery began in transatlantic slavery began in 1441, and since between 1441 to 1850, actually it ended in 1888 in Brazil, but by 1850 it ended in the West, in the in Europe and America, the Caribbean. But it ended in Brazil in 1888. 1888 is very close to 1900. That means it's pretty close, because if you look very well, you know, it's not that long ago. 1900 is pretty close to now. It's 100 and something years, just a century, you know. So it's not been too long that slavery ended. But how did that happen? It happened because the European nations ganged up against the Africans to exploit them one against the other, and then took others to go and build their wealth in Europe. And today, Europe and America are developed from the slave labor of Africans, and Africans are moving from Africa to Europe to go and also serve them as educated, like educated slaves, I would say. That's what it is, because they all have a ceiling on their head. In European societies, that there are places you can't cross, and you all know that. So this is why we're saying that our people needs to be free. We don't need a place where there's a ceiling over our head as to where we can reach and where we can't reach. Well, you know, let's build Africa. And despite all this, there's no shame of a lot of African leaders, because see, they are not educated, most of them. If they were educated about this, they are informed about this. That's what education means. I'm not saying they are not educated as an insult. We are talking about they are not informed, because what education does is that it informs you so you can understand what is going on. Because there are a lot of educated people who are very wicked, definitely. We can know that. But then you have to know what is going on, so you can stop it and help to stem it. No, we also have the problem of not now Christianity, but Islam, as Islam is seeking conquest of the rest of Africa. You know, and what do you see the product of Islamic societies? Is only wars and poverty and destruction and all kinds of terrible things. There is no place as troubled in the world as Islamic societies. Go and check the map of the world for yourself. Check the map of the world for yourself. That religion does not bring any peace, it brings war. As we have said before, that since it started in 610 AD, between 610 AD to 1923, when Islamic Caliphate collapsed in Turkey, it had already slaughtered 270 million people. By the sword, 270 million people have died as a result of Islam in 1,400 years. And there is no nuclear weapon. There is no weapon of mass destruction, what you have today. So as we are listening now, we're hearing that Iran is still threatening Israel. This is what we're getting from in Nigeria, where we are. And we're telling Christians to wake up, Christians in the Middle Belt, Christians in the West, Christians all around. What is happening to you? Why are you there, talking about petty things rather than come together, unite, and understand what to do? Why are you there being afraid of Biafra coming into existence? If you are not working with us, there is nothing we can do other than defend ourselves. It is our duty to defend ourselves. Don't you realize that? If you choose to work with us, then work with us. Move and do something. so that we can stop this onslaught. Because at the end of the day, if nothing is done, nobody is going to be happy. Trust you. We will be subdued under Islamic conquest and rule. And we will lose our liberty, we lose our freedom to a very great extent. Now, I'll go further with this reading. He says, the Higher Declaration, our revolution is a historic opportunity given to us to establish a just society, to revive the dignity of our people at home and the dignity of the black man in the world. Excuse me. The dignity of the black man in the world. We realize that in order to achieve those ends, we must remove those weaknesses in our institutions and organizations and those disabilities in foreign relations which have tended to degrade this dignity. This means that we must reject Nigerianism in all its guises. The Biafra revolution is the people's revolution. Who are the people? You ask. The farmer, the trader, the clerk, the businessman, the housewife, the student, the civil servant, the soldier, you and I are the people. Is there anyone here who is not the people? Is there anyone here afraid of the people? Anyone suspicious of the people? Is there anyone despising them? Such a man has no place in our revolution. If he is a leader, he has no right to leadership because all power, all sovereignty belongs to the people. In Biafra, the people are supreme. The people are master and leader, and the leader is the servant. So this is part of the difference. And I say that we are supreme in terms of running our affairs. We are sovereign people. And of course, we know that the supreme being whom we depend on is God. Biafrans, learn to pray. Learn to pray. Do not depend on idols. A lot of people are already going to idol houses to perform this and that. If you don't want to suffer this time around, please get your hands out of those things. Learn to pray to Yeshua HaMashiach. Learn to pray to Elohim. That is the way out. Your knowledge will not save you. We may be walking, but we need God's hand. We need God's mercy on us for us to be free from our enemies. I would like Mazi Amefulukando to please give us his own commentary regarding the Ahera Declaration right now. Mazi Amefulukando, if you're there. We are not connected to Mazi Amefulukando for the moment. So I'd like Mazi Jofochina to please give us his take regarding the Ahera Declaration, which is calling every Biafran to put hands together, to work together, and in order towards our freedom, because we don't want to be divided any longer. Look, people do not understand that you may disagree with somebody, but that doesn't mean he's an enemy. Most times our people will take somebody you disagree with as an enemy. What? Does everybody agree with you all the time? Somebody may not agree with you today, but tomorrow he will agree. You know, and sometimes you might be the person who is wrong in the disagreement, and you find out tomorrow that you were wrong. We're all human beings, and let us understand our fallibility and understand that we are fallible and that we have limited knowledge, that we don't know everything about anything. And this is very important in our relationship as we move on as Biafrans. Please help.
Yeah, thank you again, Odimo. Hello, thank you, my brother. You see, the Biafrans that I know are formidable in their own ways. The Biafrans that we believe in are Biafrans that shook the world in 1967. Now, the Biafrans I know, even though disagreed then, I know now that there is no basis, no reason, in fact, why Biafrans should still be disagreeing among themselves. Facts are on the table. Now, Ahera Declaration marked the beginning of the end of the quest for Biafra at the time, because during that Ahera Declaration, Ojukwu was able to intimate to the world what Biafrans are all about. and what Biafrans stand for. It was a child whose time has not come. It was a document that was crafted and basically brought to bear by the ingenuity of Biafrans and its leader. Western world was not ready for Biafrans at the time. Europeans were scared to hell. Everybody was like, what in the hell do we have? Do we allow these people to come, or do we smother them? Do we join hands with the enemy? Do we make pact with the devil itself and make sure that this country never come? Now, remember that without Africa, the African dysfunctionality and inability to function as a state fits into the narrative that Africans are monkeys that cannot organize themselves. That was what the Europeans showed the world. That was the justification they have for even slavery. So now to have an African country rising up to that level of building ammunition and building weapons, building some technological breakthroughs. No, we don't want Japan in Africa, because our way of life will be forever altered. I have not, and I will not blame Europeans. Because neither will I blame the Fulanese. Because everybody would like to be served. Everybody would like to be on top. Everybody would like to be the head man or head nigger in charge. So when Fulanis come to Nigeria, they were successful in smothering and conquering our Hausa brothers. We have given Fulanis so much good and so much humility and so much goodwill that no other world, Europeans will not do that. Asians will not do that. It is only in Africa. It's only in Africa that they have this humility and this spirituality that actually honors a stranger in their land. Yeah, we know why. We are people of God, all right. We believe in good deeds. We believe in doing things properly and thinking that even no one is watching, but that is not a reason why we can do bad things. We believe in doing good no matter if who is watching. But all the more, hello, my brother, in our questions. You are asking good questions. You are poking and asking good questions. And I'm going to give you the answer. My brother, for every good deed, there is punishment. Biafrans have to understand it. Africans must understand it. For every good deed, there is a punishment. You cannot give somebody over and hand somebody your house and expect yourself and pat yourself on the shoulder that you are doing something good. You lose self-preservation. Cause where dig abro, cause where the onyo biabegi, cause where dig abro, cause where the person, a stranger in your own house, cause where the way you feel, the way you think is not the way that you are stranger or somebody thinks. Our people, yes, we have goodness in our hearts. We tend to extend it to strangers. But I say, Malokwa, Jukwese. And that is where our people are failing. They are failing to join. They are failing to ask questions. They are failing to read history. They are failing to actually understand and take somebody's word for what it means. When you say something and threaten somebody, they say, oh yes, he's just talking. He's just talking. He doesn't mean it. we tend to justify things in our brains, in our head, that all is going to be well, because in our hearts we don't mean no harm. And we believe, because we don't mean no harm to Fulani, that Fulani is thinking the same way we are thinking. Every Biafran in northern part of Nigeria pays rent, or maybe buy a land and build something for himself. But you have to pay. Fulanis are in our homes and in our farmlands and in our fields, in our bushes. And I wonder how much they are paying. I wonder who is their landlord. I wonder who is collecting the rent. And I wonder what is going on that we cannot ask a question. Like we mentioned before, over and over, Iluno has actually crept for the Igbos and the Biafrans. Hatred of one another has made us weak and wimp and wimpish. And we are pussyfooting around, playing with these people and thinking because we are nice and we are humble, that they will be humble. They will think the same way we are thinking, because we don't mean no harm. You don't mean no harm. You are of divine ancestry. These are reptoid ancestry people that came to you, and you cannot equate yourself and equate your thinking and your reasoning with this useless set of human beings. You cannot do that. For every good deed, there is a punishment. When you do good, remember, you are going to be punished for being nice, because when you do good, there is a punishment. And people have to understand that. That was why the good book, the Bible, you will see that no, it is going to be difficult for a rich man to go to heaven. It's going to be easier for a needle to pass through, or a horse to pass through the eye of a needle, than for a rich man to go to heaven. Because no matter what a rich man does, he's already condemned. Because how much harm are you going to give to buy your way into heaven? How did you get your money without usury, without overcharging people? How? Our people have to know what's important. Iluno, hatred of your kinfolk, hatred of one another has brought shame and destruction in the land, and it gets to a point, to a level where some Biafrans that has Udoka, that has Chukuma, that answers all Igbo names will be the first to tell you, I am not Igbo. They'll deny their heritage because Hausa Fulani told them so. You are not Igbo. Igbo is only made up of five states in Nigeria. And yet we can't even get the land because some of us belong to Benue or the Niger Delta. How they're not the Igbos. And you have some people, my brethren, across the river, across the Niger, telling me, oh, I'm not Igbo. I'm not Biafran. So Hausa Fulani and the British cohort have successfully, basically, planted that seed of discord and the confusion in the camp, that our people are denying their heritage. Our people say, I'm not Igbo, I'm not Biafra. I don't have, whatever you guys are doing, you go on and do it. Go on and ask Igbo Youth Council chairman or president and ask him, oh, this is for Biafran people, and see what he will tell you. It's like, do you prefer to be a king of Fulani than Igbo person? What is it that Igbo has done to you? If it is not self-mutilation, if it is not self-hatred, if it is not Iluno, destruction of one another for no reason, so that Hausa Fulani will find a way, find it easy to occupy the land. Hausa Fulani are willing to give you 80% of Nigerian oil, but a Igbo man, oh no, to give him even one barrel, oh no, he cannot do that. He only wants one Nigeria because we want to be dominated. And who is dominating you now, I asked? Since the very time, since the very beginning, where, who is he that will come out and claim that historically, or his father, or his grandfather, or his grandfather, or anybody in their entire lineage has come out and said, Igbo people attacked us and Igbo people conquered us. I would like to know that one. But it's not there. Facts do not support this particular analysis. Because in Radio Biafra, we believe in ascertainable fact. We believe in provable fact, authenticated fact. We believe in truthfulness. We believe in what we see. We believe in actual reality, because the reality is staring in our face, and that's what we choose. Why should then we lie about anything else? Yeah, one brave American man said, "Why should I lie? If I tell you the truth, what would you do about it?" So the truth hurts. So I can make excuses for my forefathers, in the 60s. That mistake has happened. But Fulani has shown its color. Fulani has actually shown the middle belt that they are in trouble. Fulani has gone to Yegona and claimed that all you in Bayelsa belong to Jigawa. It's not Igbo man that is saying that. Fulani has gone to River State and claimed the land. It's not an Igbo man that is saying all that. It is Fulanese. And yet, our people are there, pussyfooting around, talking about what are we going to do. These people are everywhere, but, God is going to help us. But you refused to use it yesterday. And today, it's happening. And the only reply you have, only answer you have for yourself is that God is going to take care of it. Yes, God is going to take care of it. God has told you what it is. But remember in the Bible, every nation that Israel conquered, God went out with them. But then again, there was an action on the part of the people. I ask Biafrans, what actions have you taken? Under this insurmountable evidences before you, before your own very eyes, even our village women, our grandmothers in your cell phone now, everybody can take picture. Even with that, what have you done? What is the answer you have given to yourself of what is going on now? And you think that Emir of Sokoto is your friend. Emir of Katsina is your friend. That the Emir of Daura is my friend. I talk to him every time I want. And that's supposed to be satisfactory. And you have a useless person that calls himself a governor of Imo State, instilling Emir in our land and promising to build Alamajiri school in our land. And we are sitting there and watching in our Okorocha came there and basically tried to turn Imo State into an Islamic state. And the Biafrans are watching. It's like, no, it's not true. My question is, when is it going to be true? When will our people begin to reason? You made a comment here and said, yes, I think our people are beginning to get it. My brother, I wish I can share your sentiments, because there's no fact that support that. Radio Biafra International has been on the air begging and asking people to get involved in something. You don't have to join BRM. You don't have to join Biafra Restoration Movement for you to be active in defense of your fatherland. We are asking you to pick up the stupid cell phone you have and call us on the phone, and we can actually tell you where we are and what we are trying to do. If it doesn't make sense to you, that's fine. But at least stand up when there's still a chance. We have the solution. We have the antidote that will stop these people right on their track and tell the Emir of Sokoto and the Emir of Kano and the Emir of Daura and the Emir of Katsina that you guys are imposters. You guys don't build. Nigeria is not your land. We are the original inhabitants. And you know what? It's time for you to pack your things and get out of town. Now, a lot will tell you that now Igbos cannot do it alone. Biafrans cannot do it alone. Okay? So while we are shaking hands, what are these people doing? They are mapping out the southern states, including Yoruba land, including Benin, the great Benin Empire that everybody knows to be warriors. And then their children are running around pointing fingers. Oh, it's the Biafran thing. It's an Igbo man thing. As if they don't see what is happening. Fulani has come to kill and conquer the South. Fulani don't ask you a question whether you are a Biafran or not. You are a Southerner. And so far you are a Southerner, you have made the list. And that list is list to be exterminated and controlled. The list to be subjugated, the land to be taken, the women to be apprehended and raped and basically useless. Whether you like it or not, we are coming to overrun you, and there's nothing you can do about it because we control 80% of your oil. You said nothing. We basically fired every senior officers in our camp in Nigerian army, and you said nothing. We basically did everything. We have basically slept and allowed the Fulani this freedom to taunt our lives because we like to blame people. We like to point our fingers. Instead of doing something about our situations, we prefer to tell you, I would have done this if it was not because of Egat, okay, we blue, we jog, it's always about money. Now, my brother Mawalo, money has nothing to do with what is at stake. What is at stake is more than money. Because what is at stake is life. What is at stake is the land for our posterity. What is at stake is our honor as human beings. What is at stake is way more than money. Money does not make a man. A man makes money. And if a man who is making the money is sitting and allowing his kin folks to be killed and slaughtered, the power of money.
Sorry, it's like we're losing Mazi Jofo Chinawata right there. We will reconnect. So you can finish his thoughts as time goes on. I'll call on Mazi Ahmed Fulukande to please add to what he's saying regarding our situation and memory of the Biafran nation, which we are going to honor as time goes on. Is Maji Jofo Chinawata, are you connected? If not, let's get Mazi Ahmed Fulukande. Please speak on this. If he's around, if I can be connected to him.
Yeah, sorry, yes, I don't know what has happened.
All right, okay. Mazi Jofo Chinawata is back. Thank you so much. Please continue.
Yeah, sorry about it. Yeah. So the power of money is what money can do. If you have money and we are telling you we need to do something, we need to stop these people right on the track. We need to cut the head of the snake. And you are sitting idle talking about you want to protect your investment. I'm going to guarantee you that 20 years from now, you will not have investment in that land because Fulani would have taken over. That mansion you have built will belong to Alhaji Usman Gambari. That very factory you had now will not belong to you. It will belong to Abubakar Jacobus, or whatever their names are. So it is time for people to really use their tongue and count their teeth. Like we said, the power of money is what money can do. We need money and we need people to wake up. We need people to pick up the phone and call Radio Biafra International and call Radio International and ask, where can you play a part? We have the plan. and we are going to execute our plan, and we will shock the world whether they like it or not. We will tell Hausa Fulani to go back where they came from. We have no problem with Hausa. We have no problem, no iota of any problem with Hausa. Hausa people are our brothers. We know that. Hausa people are good people. The problem is the snake in their midst, and that snake must be expunged. The head of the snake must be cut. I am very, very surprised that people are still praising the Sokoto Emir as a good man. People are still blaming themselves, their brothers and sisters, instead of pointing their fingers directly where the problem lies. Now, there is something I'm going to leave this night, and I'm going to leave it for the Hausa Fulani, or for Fulani people, and Muhammadu Buhari himself, or Jubril al-Sudani, or whomever he is, or whatever he is. What we are going to tell you this night is that whatever you do, this is mission impossible. You are going to regret it. Mark my word, write it down in your Quran, or write it down in your Gabari, whatever you wear. You are making a terrible mistake trying to invade people and trying to basically steal the land that doesn't belong to you. This is 21st century. Biafrans will not allow it. Thank you again, my brother Adimoralo. Thank you. Thank you for having me today. And may God continue to bless all of us.
Thank you for that contribution, Mazi Jofo Chinamata, regarding what we need to do in memory of Biafra and what we need to do at this very critical time. What is pertinent towards our security, our safety, our progress, our very existence as a people that we do. I would like to call Mazi Ken point regarding Biafra, because how are people supposed to work within themselves to ensure that this happens? The issue of division, Mazi Fortunata mentioned about Ilun, for example, internal, I think it's competition mishandled, when you mishandle competition. And sometimes there's envy, blame, and then the outsider takes advantage of us. How do we eschew this type of tendencies, so to make sure that we pull resources together and be able to work as one? Because if we don't, we all say that united we stand, divided we fall, and the enemy will always come with divide and conquer. He has to divide in order to conquer. And then some people are not understanding the implications of certain things that they do. You may disagree, that's okay. People disagree on issues, but don't see yourselves as enemies, because once you see yourselves as enemies, that's it. The real enemy will take advantage of it. And before you know it, both of you are slaves under the enemy, the real enemy. So you're not enemies because you disagree. It's just this person decided that to approach this way, the other person to approach it a different way. And sometimes it works because we are all trying to pull down the stronghold of this of the enemy, who is trying to subjugate us and suppress us, and also conquer us, take our land, and make us vassals, and slaves to his own empire. So, Mazwanenyi, can you speak to this? And as Biafrans, what do we need as people to be united at such a point as this?
Thank you very much. I hope I'm coming out clear. Sometimes the networks are not working very friendly. Yes, Mazi Ochinawata has really expanded a lot of information on what we need to do. I hope I'm coming out correctly, Mazi Demoralo.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, my brother. Yeah, talking about how we're gonna go into getting some of these things done better. Like I always say, none of us went to University of Restoration. We're all learning as we go, and no person is an expert. And we're not competing with each other. We should not be competing with each other, we have to, examine some of the structures, especially some of the, we have very, very genuine and hard-working restoration movements all around. We have almost close to about, if I'm not mistaken, close to 15, when you count the ones that have 10 or more members, close to 15. Okay, number one, it doesn't mean that we have to belong to one particular group, because it does not happen. Biafra itself, a democratic process. And in such process, you don't have to be different, you have to be, you can come in one umbrella, like form a consortium, but you don't have to belong to this one group. Okay, because sometimes when you form a group, sometimes a group that is not formed very well, there's tyranny and there's despotism that might ensue. So we should have a new reawakening of all these groups to see exactly what's happening right now. We should, have a meeting of the minds and provide a new structure that can create a consortium of all these organizations, because the main purpose of all these organizations is to do one single thing, is to restore Biafra. So it's just like you have a different churches and whatnot, everybody's praying to God. The same thing you have, we come with the same, we come into a very well-structured organization and start fighting or castigating unnecessary on things that doesn't really make any meaning. That this will thing that won't even bring the Biafran restoration forward. We've proposed even all the other organizations we have. We have numerous organizations in diaspora. Many of them, many US, many in the UK. We also propose, for the fact that people always say, where is the money? Follow the money, or I give the money. We say some of these organizations should form their own security groups and contribute money into their security groups. Keep the money for themselves. And when it's needed, like now, they could, proffer and put a system where money can be funneled to people who are actually doing something back home, the ones they trust. But let them form this group, these security groups that they have the money contributed. Because most times people don't know the element or what is involved into running of this system, especially like the radio, like RBi. There's a lot of money going to it. But we're not saying come to join our BRM. If you want to, we welcome you. But if you don't want to, you can still form a very unique group, so that we can fight this hydra-headed monster that is going to engulf us very, very soon. There are certain things you can do at home. You can funnel the money through some other organizations back home. Some of the chiefs and some of the SZs are very, very reliable. Some of the Christian organizations are very, very reliable. You can formulate, within the village, to send money to them, But most times the ones that complain are the ones that don't do anything. Complaining is not going to help you. The ones that do not contribute, they complain most. Many of the people who contribute don't complain most. You don't even hear most of them. Like a lot of people who are helping us in BRM, which we thank a lot, who they don't even hear them. They do certain things, quietly. We need groups like that. You know yourselves, and we're going to honor you when the time comes. So we need to, get things aligned a little bit better. There has been some misunderstandings. There has been some bad awakening in some other areas where people are still negotiating what has happened way back. Yes, good things happen, bad things happen. We forget them. We unite to form a union that is going to fight this monster ahead of us, and to be able to combat this thing that is really right there, staring at us at home, especially to protect our women and children, because with what is going on now, there's going to be famine. There are people are afraid to go to the farms now. Most of the farms are organized by women because most of the young people are in the town. They can't even farm for staple food to feed their family, and then they're going to require some of this for you to be able to provide money to help them to feed. So we have people at home, very, very good people, and most good people, they are in the minority, but they say less, but they do things quietly, and we need such people to help us in terms of things to do. Anything you indicate to BRM, will be appreciated and will be honored. We are not into having a lordship or having a leadership or having that. We're into kind of getting things together to get this invasion taken care of. So, and also another thing people have to think about: there's a lot of people who have money. There are ones who don't have money. There's a drain. There's a drain in the signal. Somebody's talking, please.
That was now. The second one.
Could you please mute your?
Oh, I'm sorry. Wow.
Thank you, my dear. Okay. So about money, about gifts, and about how things go on in life, and sometimes many people don't understand it. Every human being, whether you are poor or you are rich, the highest you can spend before you die is 30%. Just look at what you have accumulated in life, in cars, the houses, all these material things you have, your bank savings and all whatnot. You cannot spend more than 30% until you die. And and then that 70% is left will go to others. And if you're lucky, it goes to others who will enhance you. Most people are not that lucky, and it may to go to others who don't even give a damn about you, who didn't even contribute anything about you, who don't even think much about you. And if you die, maximum, if you don't have any legacy, in about 6 months you're forgotten. 1 year, your history. Nobody's gonna remember you. So that 70% that is left, which you're gonna abandon, which you're gonna leave when you die. That you can dip into that amount. Take out about 10 or 20%, and do something that is gonna enhance your legacy. Do something, help the community. Help in some sort of courses, I mean, these are things you won't even have any room for using or expanding or until you leave the earth, which all of us is gonna do. Maximum, if you are lucky, you make 100 years. If not, before that you'll be gone. So that 70% that you're gonna be left in the material wealth, in accumulation of all the money you've accumulated, you can dip hand in there to help a cause. That cause you be remembered. That's what God is going to remember you for. He's not going to remember you for you building all these mighty houses in the village. He's not going to remember you for buying all these cars, Rolls Royce and all these expensive cars and all whatnot. He's not going to remember you for your chieftaincy or all this self-aggrandized things, gifts you give it to with other people's money and things like that. He's going to remember you. What have you done for society? For him creating you on this earth and occupying this space. For each space you occupy, no other person takes that space, and that space you're going to occupy until you leave the earth. So you have 70% of your wealth or your material accumulation that's going to remain with you on this earth. Why not dip hand, give it to a cause? Help out, because you're not going to make use of it. We've seen histories of people, in Biafra land, who have so much wealth, who have died. You've seen people, even in the other parts of Nigeria, who have died. You don't die with your wealth. Your wealth is, is there. I mean, for some other people who don't even give a damn, who don't even care about you to spend. So deeper into to have a legacy. This is what I've accomplished in life. People will always remember for what I accomplished, you know. And there are so many good Biafrans who want to do that, who want to establish something, and also encourage other stuff. Encourage people to establish business, to establish instead of spending money on material wealth and all, establish business. Help people to to establish business, help them in their businesses, help to build a school or a training camp or something, to establish a factory where people can get employment. Even if you're employing 5 to 15 people, it's something. If every person does that, there'll be people who are not suffering so much about feeding. So we are pushing what we have here with the little we have here, and we are doing very, very well. And we need more support from you guys, to put this information, so that we can be able to fight against this incursion that is going on, that they will not let loose, And also, I admire Biafrans. They are very reliant. They are very strong. They are reliable. We have some differences, but they are fighters. When they take a bull on the horn, nobody sees their back. That's why anywhere they go, they excel. They excel because it's a God-given right. Because of what they've done, because of their prayers, because of the way God created, they do very, very well where they go. All the good indices in different parts of the world. When it comes to you see, it's Biafrans. They are doing very, very well. They're doing very well in the US. They're doing very, very well in Europe, in UK. They're doing well in Asia. They're doing well. Okay, we want you to extend that goodness you have, which you've been doing, which most of them did during the Civil War, that helped us to survive. We need your help. We need to get this information back home. We need to, get our radio back home to different communities so that they know exactly what to do. Like all this information that is disseminated today about how you're going to protect yourself, how you're going to know when these people are coming, how you're going to know where they are, how you're going to know what they're doing. It's this type of platform that will give you such information, so that we are ringing the gong. These people are coming. They're there. They're already there. They've immersed themselves into the community. These are the plans. We know their plans. We know what to do. We know our plan. We have our plan. We know exactly what to do. Excuse me. We know what is happening. So if you can enhance us to get this to get more of this information, so that we can disseminate this information to most of our people, through this wonderful radio. So I'm thanking you guys for listening to us, and thanking for the ones that are helping us, and thanking for the people who fought forward in what we're doing. And also I'm thanking the panelists for devoting their time. Mazi Ahmed Flokande, who is a veteran, fought during the Biafran War. Mazi Chuksi Kedigwe, Mazi Adai Oziamume, the wonderful Ishedike Geoffrey Nawata, Odimoralo, who is the host. He holds every this. He has volunteered his time. This is a person who is so busy with so many other stuff. He leaves it to Anchor. Listen, and he's a very wonderful. He does all the research. A former publisher, and all whatnot. He has been put all this together, and he's doing a fantastic well. Then our engineer, our wonderful Luana Emene, who destroys or attack. Each time we're going attack. Most of you don't even know. Most of you just hear what we say. But if you see what is happening on the switchboard now, so many viruses, computer viruses hitting Radio Biafra. Certain things they block us, they block the information and all what. But the ones going to some Biafra land. We've opened the system now where you can hear Radio Biafra in YouTube, because they hit us so hard. We have it on YouTube. We're on Facebook too. You can go to Radio Garden. Radio Garden, you don't even need to go to any app. You go to Radio Garden, you just go to WhatsApp, just press Radio Garden, you start hearing Radio Biafra International. You don't need to download any app, nothing. For people who don't have the knowledge to do something like that, Radio Garden is a platform also you can listen. Through your WhatsApp, just press the button to take you there, to Radio Biafra International. So I thank you so much. I thank for all the lovers of freedom, and I thank all the panelists for all the stuff they've done. This is Ikenna Nwanene. I stand by.
Thank you so much, able veteran Mazi Ikenna Nwanene. Your advice and your counsel is invaluable. They are priceless. They are priceless. So Biafrans, you've heard from him. You will get some one good thing about listening to him is that you can be able to get some salient information, which you yourself never even knew was existing. You can get it from Mazi Ikenna Nwanene. And his analysis are that deep also. We need his wisdom and his input. Remember, he was a Biafran veteran, and we honor him for that. And this is, we're coming to May the 30th. After tomorrow, it will be a week where we will celebrate their effort. We'll be able to mention some of the things that Biafrans have done, and that how God actually stepped into our affairs in 1960, between 1967, 66 and 70, and delivered us from the intents of our enemies to wipe us out of the earth. Remember what he told you about wealth. Mazi Nwanene advised about wealth is very important. Jesus says a man's life does not consist in the abundance of his possessions. If you Google that, you will see it. And this is the Lord himself saying, your life does not consist in the abundance of your possessions. My life does not consist in the abundance of possessions. When I studied that, I wondered to myself, then where does my life consist? And I found that it consists in doing what is right, not my possessions, and simply being obedient to Elohim, to Adonai, to Jehovah El Shaddai, our own God, the God of Israel, that the world doesn't want to be mentioned. Now I will go further with some excerpts here before I come to Hamid Fulukando, because we are on our closing stretch. To get some of these excerpts, some more, because it will help us understand also the concept and principles of Biafra, why we had Biafra. And he says here, quote, the Biafran revolution believes in the sanctity of human life and the dignity of the human person. The Biafran sees the willful and wanton destruction of human life not only as a grave crime, but as an abominable sin. In our society, every human life is holy. Every individual person counts. No Biafran wants to be taken for granted or ignored. Neither does he ignore or take others for granted. This explains why such degrading practices as begging for alms were unknown in Biafran society. Therefore, all forms of disabilities and inequalities which reduce the dignity of the individual or destroy his sense of person have no place in the new Biafran social order. The Biafran revolution upholds the dignity of man. All Biafrans are brothers and sisters, bound together by ties of geography, trade, intermarriage, and culture, and by their common misfortune in Nigeria and their present experience of the armed struggle. Biafrans are even more united by the desire to create a new and better order of society which will satisfy their needs and aspirations. Therefore, there is no justification for anyone to introduce into the Biafran fatherland divisions based on ethnic origin, sex, or religion. To do so would be unpatriotic. So often people complain that they have been ill-treated by police or some other public servant, is what you see in Nigeria. And he says, but the truth very often is that we allow ourselves to be bullied because we are not man enough to demand and stand up for our rights, and that fellow citizens around do not assist us when we do demand for our rights. You see? So in the new Biafran social order, sovereignty and power belongs to the people. Those who exercise power to do so on behalf of the people. Those who govern must not tyrannize the people. They carry a sacred trust of the people and must use their authority strictly in accordance with the will of the people. The true test of success in public life is that the people who are the real masters are contented and happy. The rulers must satisfy the people at all times. So see, these are the principles that guide the Biafran movement. And the movement for equality, movement for liberty and freedom, movement for having a constitutional order that respects the rights and sovereignties of the people, you know, the movement where human rights is upheld, and of course the sanctity of life is upheld. Mazi Ahame Fulukando, please, if you can give us your brief commentary regarding the Biafran principles and why we must uphold those in association. As it's said here that there is no justification for anyone to introduce into the Biafran fatherland divisions based on ethnic origin, sex, or religion. To do so will be unpatriotic. Mazi Ahame Fulukando.
Yeah, thank you very much, Master Moralo. I thank you very much for the mention of Ahera Declaration. That is the document that really binds the whole of Biafra, the entirety of Biafra. Thank you for mentioning some details about that. And it boils down to Islamization and Fulanization, which is the main thing that is being talked about in the Ahera Declaration and our relationship with other blacks. You have heard it all, that Biafra is fighting for the dignity of the black man all over the world. Unfortunately, I would say, we did not present this very well from the very beginning. That's why the commotion, that is why some people who are supposed to be Biafrans in Nigeria tend to be angry that they were not consulted. Those mistakes have been made already. We are right now on a different path, making sure that everybody, especially the former Eastern region and the people from the west of River Niger and part of the Benue people, that we will start doing whatever we can to be consulting with them, even though there's an influx of the Almajiris, so-called Almajiris, into the south right now. It is time for our leaders in Nigeria to do their best to start bringing everybody together. That is the bottom line. Okay, when these Almajiris are coming, who are Boko Haram trained jihadists, but the Nigerian government is supporting it and the governors are saying that they are Almajiris. What a shame for people to be lying like that. If they don't have any agenda in their mind, why would they be coming under the cover of cows and the goats and whatever, cement and the salt and whatever they using Dangote's trucks to bring them down? The bottom line is that I have said it a few weeks now, that war has been declared on us. The Fulani nationality movement had declared war on us about 2-3 years ago. But because the way Almighty God has handling it, it has not really gone the way it's supposed to. But they are making every attempt to position themselves to be able to do what they want to do at the appropriate time. Remember what the Sadhana of Sokoto talked about, dipping the Quran into the Atlantic Ocean. But with God on our side, we are going to make sure that that does not stand. But how can it not stand? The only way is for us to make sure that everybody plays a part in this struggle. We are all collectively fighting for our freedom and our liberation. It's no time to play games. It's no time for people to start thinking, oh, they're going to be the prime minister when we get Biafra. That means, sorry, I'm speaking the Igbo now. Okay, you first secure your land. Then you start thinking about how you are going to use the portions of the land that you have secured. That's what we're going to focus on, please. We are begging everybody. Let us condescend from our high horses. Let us know that there is so much work to be done. I'm telling you, the moment we get Biafra, there will be so much work to be done that we'll be looking for people to come to work for us. That's a guarantee, because we have a plan on that direction and trajectory. So please, if you all will listen, each time I'm calling for us, please, to come together. And in trying to come together, we have to check our words. Our people, I don't have a problem with that. we are very, very assertive in what we are doing. That is our nature. But when you consider you are dealing with other people who do not think on that wavelength, they interpret it as we are too aggressive, we are too this, and we are too this. So we are going to moderate the way we behave. So these are the messages we are trying to send out. All right? So people, I don't want to go further because Mazi Chinawata, Mazi Wanoneni, Mazi every one of you, and every one of you spoke very fluently, very adequately, and so informative that we don't have any problem of communication. So we are doing very well. And thank you very much, Mazi Mogalo, for today's broadcast. Mazi Anemina, well, you are always there at the background doing what you have to do. May God bless you. May God bless our path. May God bless our thoughts so that we'll do the right things. Just remember, to close, we are in a state of war. The question is, what do we do? Already some of you have gotten the information on what you are supposed to do. So let's go on with that. And each and every one of us doing individual projects, just continue doing what we are doing. Thank you very much. God bless. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Mazame Flukando, for that. I'll go to our sister, Ms. Oziome, to please give us her own take on the issue, sort of like closing remarks regarding this issue. We need unity as a people. We need to be one. Otherwise, the enemy will take advantage of our divisions. I've told some of our people too that when Biafra comes, we'll have courts. You can settle the cases in courts. We'll have elections, and people will be chosen to be whatever they were really. But prior to that, you have provisional government. Even if there's war, we will still have to set up a provisional government. And we shouldn't also be. Let's seek here first the kingdom of God, and then other things shall be added to it. Let's seek first our freedom. Then we can handle other things and not act like Nigerians or thinking that way. So many people do not, I don't know why, because we don't need to bring Nigerian mentality of, positions and want to steal this position and be this person and that person and, all these title things. And this is part of what has destroyed Nigeria as a people. It's not because all the people do there who take up positions is just personal aggrandizement. They steal public funds, they take titles, and the people hail them, the same people that they are oppressing, and they are also deceived. The media deceives them, and this goes on. So their value systems need to change, if we are to get Biafra in itself. So, sister, please, could you add your word to this? We will appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mazi Odemoral, for an awesome program and some great information imparted to our listeners and to all Biafrans all over the world. I thank all the panelists, Mazi Ochinawata, Mazi Wananenyi, and the Mazi able veterans, Mazi Wananenyi and the Mazi Okando. Thank you all. And then our super engineer, the man that makes the engine run, the Biafra, Radio Biafra International. Thank you so very much. I'll make this a closing remark and a remark on the topic at hand. I'm really appalled that people are talking about 2023. That's when the election is, and they haven't survived the 2020. They have all these trained, well-armed armies running around their forests. And they're talking about 2023 election. And they haven't really figured out whether they will be alive to partake on that election. And then what do we need the election for, though? As Biafrans, we don't need the election. We're not part of Nigeria. What is wrong with our people? They'll bring their mentality of evil and wickedness and corruption to Biafra. That's not going to happen. That is not going to happen. Biafra will be run with people that have competence, that have the heart of God, that are doing the right thing. So they need to get that straight, that election is too far ahead of time. We are talking about right now and now. You have people that are killing you, stepping on your head, strangling you, and you're talking about election because that's what they are talking about. Which means you're still very asleep and comatose, like Mazi Ochinawata will say. You're still very sleepy and dreaming. Why would you be talking about the election? We have no business with that. What we need to do is organize, unite, fight together, and get these Fulani people out of our land. They don't belong there. They're not a part of us. We need to get them out first and then organize our area. Right now, Nigeria is a failed state. There's anarchy and there's chaos everywhere. So the sooner we know that there's no Nigeria in our calendar, the faster we move on to working together to getting Biafra. So we need to unite and we need to start being more spiritual. I'm not saying religion now, being more spiritual, going into who we are as a people, going inside you. You are special. God has made you special. He has endowed you with gifts. That's what you need to dig into now so that we can fight the war in front of us now. Time is now, like I said last week. Time is now. Everything is happening now. And then people are talking about 2023. Are you kidding me? Wow. Wake up, people. Wake up. We have so much work to do. Combing the forest, protecting the women, feeding the poor that's amongst us, helping the graduates that have graduated and there's no work. And you all call that the place that Biafra will be in? No. So let us attend to what we need to attend to so we can get Biafra. And then we can talk about 2023 in Biafra land, not in Nigeria. Nigeria can go to, it's already in blazes at this point anyway. So I'm saying thank you to all of you that are listening. Get your friends to listen. Put in practice what we have said. Be careful, be vigilant, be alert. Know your surroundings. Watch people around you. Anybody that is foreign, make sure they take care of the business. Take care of it. The police is not your friend. The police is one of them. So stop running to the police to report anything. They're not going to do anything. Because that's the way they have already designed the system to run. So you don't have anybody anywhere to go to but to yourself. So you need to have some people you can trust. And there's a lot of Biafrans that are parading themselves as Biafrans, but they are really their agents, the agents of the enemy. But I know there are many of us who are interested in getting the real Biafra. So let us all work on that. Let's continue to pray to our Lord God Almighty. He has our business at his hand and at his heart, and he's waiting for us to do our own part. it has to be done here. And God is not coming here to fight for us. He's already given us everything we need to fight with. So let us get to work. Thank you, everyone. I thank everyone, and God continue to bless us, and have a good evening and a good night.
Thank you, our wonderful sister Oziomeme, for that. Remember that she's also a veteran of the Biafran struggle. We appreciate her contributions in this broadcast in terms of counsel, advice, and analysis of the experience of our people, even at such a time of great risk and insecurity such as this. So thank you so much for your contribution. We appreciate it. I appreciate the fact that she raised the issue of people talking about 2023 and talking about presidency and all the rest of them. You know, position. See, this is what is a distraction to Nigeria. Because why did they want the position? Just to go there and squander public funds, embezzle public funds, and garner personal aggrandizement, and that is it. We cannot go with these values any longer to survive as a people. It has deceived us enough. So, and that is why we have said, don't respect people simply because they have positions or they have titles behind their names. It's better to respect them because they are righteous, they are upright people, they are virtuous people. That way they deserve the respect. But if they are not, don't give them the respect, even if they are the president of the United States, because they don't deserve it. Just go your way. You know, go your way. You can go your way on yourself. Don't necessarily mean you have to insult the person. No, you don't have to insult them, but don't respect them. Stop respecting people simply because they have money or they built a house there or they have this, you know, oh, he has 2 billion naira in his account or dollars. So, you know, why? Why? This is what is idolatry. And that is why they take the rest of us for a ride, because they know that we simply basically worship public office, positions, and titles and money. That's what they believe. If they know that you yourself have respect for yourself, I'm telling you, they will not do that. We have to teach our people, and we are telling you that wherever you are, whether you're in the village or in the city or whatever, the governor comes there, tell that governor that he has a job to do. Ask him why he's not protecting you as a people. And that if he cannot protect you, you should get out of your village. Let him go home to where he's supposed to be. These public servants have ended up putting our people into all kinds of dangers. And I'm telling you, it is disgusting and their actions are despicable. And we must be able to voice out our dissent and resentment to this type of attitude that they bring into public policy and public administration. It is, it's really disheartening, sorry. So please, we need to be people who are upright and righteous. That's it. It's very, very important that we understand that. The need for uprightness, and we know that we are the people of God. In order to be the people of God, we are not people of God in the mouth. We are people of God in our actions and our attitudes. That is why we uphold the tenets of the Bible as a people who believe in it, embrace it, and who it is theirs. So there is where our lives are inseparable with the Word of God. And we know there are different interpretations, but basically we have, this is our base, this is our foundation of knowledge, our foundation of truth. For you must have a foundation of truth on earth. So please, take this advice very seriously. I would like to call on Mazi Kedigwe to please give us his own closing remarks regarding insecurity and the need for unity amongst ourselves. Today, you know, is in the 11th hour. If we don't do anything quickly right now, that water might swallow all of us. We've had Mazi Jofosina what a warning, and he gave certain salient issues, and all the panelists doing so. So please, Mazi Kedigwe, if you're there, to please give us your own closing remarks regarding the insecurity back home and the challenges of unification, because we need to unify ourselves as a people. And when we're talking about Biafra, we're talking about everybody, including the so-called place South-South. Remember, there's nothing like South-South in sort of the geographical points that if you have South-South, where is North-North? Where is East-East? Where is West-West? All these things are created to divide us, so that once they divide us, they can conquer us one by one. So then they claim that the Igbos want the oil of Ijo, and so as if Igbo land doesn't have oil, as if the Igbo people have depended on oil even after the war, when they had been moved out of government completely since after the war. Since 1966, not after the war. They have been moved out of government. Today, they are no more in Nigerian government. And the same people are still telling us that we are one Nigerians. All our relatives and neighbors, they are not in government. The oil wells are controlled by Northerners and people from the West and other parts of Nigeria, but definitely not the people who those valuable resources are in their lands. So I would like Mazi Ikedigwe, if you're there, to give us your closing remarks. Mazi Ikedigwe. It seems that we're losing contact. So on basis on this, we will round up for today's broadcast. Remember what the issues that were discussed about questioning people who come into our lands. These are foreigners. Get their information. Use your phone. He has to stand, take his picture. If you're going to take mugshot, take mugshot. His picture from the front and from the two sides of the face. Make sure you add it into an information to go into the general pool of information. His name, who is his father, where is he coming from, all this information as we listed out, please get them. Every Biafran should do it. Every Biafran should do it. Monitor the forests, make sure that they are not where they are hiding. They must be sourced out and they must be shipped out of those forests, or you can make your decisions yourself. But do not ever allow them to stay there, because they are there to kill us, period. They are killers, they are murderers, and we can see them doing, and we see the government backing them up. The police force, the army, the Fulani, and the Islamic Northerners who have seized strategic positions in the military, in the security agencies, they are just about to swallow us up. Those of us who are all abroad, you must join. Those of you at home, if you're 20 above, please join a vigilante outfit. Join a vigilante outfit. Join a group, a youth group. It is important that the youth come together, then work with the elders to tell you what to do, and be connected to the next community. There must be communication with the next community, because you're going to act together. You're going to need yourselves. Your community, your neighbors, you must be in contact with them. May God give you the wisdom to plot and know what to do, but you must be in contact with them. You cannot walk alone. So town unions, please be activated. Wherever you are in the world and you're Biafran, please join your town union meeting. Join your town union meeting. This is the time to join. If you haven't been joining, do so now, because it is critical. And town unions must be connected to one another. All the town unions in whatever country you are, please be connected to one to another. Be connected and have a central pool. Just connection. Let us be connected. Let's have a network first. We're not saying that this person is leader or that person. We know we're people who are very particular about it, because we want to be our people who select our own leaders and do that democratic process. But we have to have network and connection. It is very, very important now. So that's why we say that all town unions must be connected. Once you're Biafran, if you're from Efik and you're living in Bulgaria, that Efik group in Bulgaria must be connected to another one that is Igbo, and another one that is Yoruba, another one that is Okobo, another one that is Iyala, that is there. You all must be connected to each other. It is very, very important that you do that. That networking has to work. And back home, you need neighborhood networks, neighborhood security network, so that one home does not get attacked and others are quiet. Be connected, and you have to arm yourselves. You have the right of self-defense. so that as we seen those Fulanis keep the fence with knives to kill people, you know, you can imagine that in Delta State, that does not happen again. You must monitor the forest and you must report to the vigilante head. Stop reporting to the police. The police and the army are working with them. You will end up being deceived and waylaid. It is our right to do whatever you know. There are ideas, so many ideas which we cannot, which the ones you will know, which we don't know. Do that, but do something. You see, don't be quiet about this. Don't just do nothing. You know, doing nothing will entail the destruction of our people. So town unions must have contacts with each other, and we must also abstain from patronage. You know, remember what we talked about, searching the, sorry, before I go to that, searching the forests and the barracks and the mosques, because these are where arms and ammunition has been found. You know, the barracks obviously there's arms and ammunition, but use the mosques and the forests mainly. You know, that you find out that get any information you can from these people. This is information age, and we must do that. All of them, get the pool of any, if you see them walking on the street or wherever, they must be accosted and get the information about them. They must get their pictures. Use your phone and take his picture. It's very, very important to start taking their picture, start getting information about these people. Wherever you see them, everybody's your duty. You're a citizen and you have the right to protect yourself and your environment. That's why you're doing that. So as we do that, may God grant us the wisdom and courage and strength and his protection and victory over our enemies. We do not also listen to Nigerian, do not be misled by certain Nigerian media, which is not reporting the danger of these incursions, this invasion, this in our land. They don't report it. But, you know, when Fulani huts and, you know, their settlements are destroyed, the media is very fast to report that in order to say that we are the ones who are causing the trouble, not them. So you can see why Nigeria is a mess. And that is why it's not going to work, because the people who are, even the media itself, everything is compromised. They are liars. They don't want the truth. And you cannot form a solid relationship based on lies. It does not work, whether between you and someone else or as a country. It will never work. We have to build that based on truth, the facts and exposition of what is actually going on. So we have not had or seen a certain decisive response regarding these invasions by Eastern governors and governments which had pretending to represent the people when they represent their interests on the interests of our enemies in the Islamic North and their own selfish interests. So we have to be doing something ourselves to protect ourselves. And I'm telling you, a time will come. They will fear you, because the reason why the governors don't, because there is no consequence with not serving you. That is the point. But they believe there is a consequence with not obeying the Fulani in Abuja. So if he needs to go and be a senator, if he wants to be the vice president, if he doesn't want the EFCT to be used against him, those type of things, we need to make them fear the people more than they fear those people in Abuja. Otherwise, they will serve the Fulani who is in Abuja against us who are their own people. And we're seeing that happen. We need to question them. That's why I said, don't respect them. Anywhere they come out to a gathering, you need to heckle them. Heckle means you interrupt that person and use the questions of his responsibility. Question him clearly on what his responsibility is supposed to be. Send letters to them. Tell them what you think. Send emails, whatever, to government house. They need to know how you feel. And this is what the town unions are supposed to be doing. All over the world, all over the globe, we're supposed to be doing that. And if you're doing that, I believe that God will strengthen us to win this battle, and we will come out in the end safe and sound and to his own glory, as we would dedicate Biafra to him. So thank you so much for listening and from me, my name is Mr. Odi Mogalo, and I thank you very much for listening. And I look forward to meeting you all, listeners all over the world and fellow Biafrans, tomorrow as we broadcast on certain issues that are very pertinent regarding Biafra. And until then, from me, it's goodbye for now. Thank you so much.
Radio Biafra International, empowering the people.
Yes, this is not the kind of debate. All we want is Biafra people.
All we want is Biafra. All we want is freedom. All we want is Biafra. All we want is freedom. Oh Lord, I God. Oh Lord, I God. We need our freedom. We need our peace to reign. We need our freedom. We need some peace to reign. Killing and fighting everywhere. We need some peace to reign. Zombies everywhere. Brothers do not know his brothers anymore. Let us keep our heads together as one. Peace to reign. Oh Lord, my God. All we want is Biafra. All we want is freedom. All we want is Biafra.
Lord, I can't beat. I am here calling you, oh Lord, praying to you, singing to you, oh Yahushua, because they made us slaves in our own land. I can remember once upon a time in the time where the Israelites used songs and praises to lead on the wall of Jericho. This is the kind of miracle we need for our freedom. We know you can answer us as you answer Israelite the days of their slavery in Egypt. They might shoot us, they might kill us. Bloodshed everywhere. Give us Biafra. Give us freedom. Oh Lord, Yahushua, I call upon you.
I God. Oh Lord, I God. All we want is Biafra. All we want is freedom. All we want is Biafra. All we want is freedom.
Radio Biafra is proud to launch its new mobile app. This app makes it easier for listeners to access live and repeat broadcasts at any given time. The app is available on Android and Apple stores and is free to install, so just search for Radio Biafra into all one word to get the app on your device.
Radio Biafra International broadcasts are always anchored on well-researched information and not based on personalities, frivolities, and foul languages. The main objective of Radio Biafra International is to empower Biafrans and give them knowledge through professionally delivered information, education, and enlightenment towards the ultimate goal of restoration of the nation of Biafra.
So don't forget, Radio Biafra into all one word.
And join us during our podcasts, and you'll be glad you did.
I think it's time to lay it all out. Can I hear my snare drum?
Yeah, keep it rolling, sis. I'm on it.
That's okay, thank you. Check man. Mess on my own this. Walking down the miles in the long journey. Yeah, people said we are nobody, but we know certainly we are somebody. Yeah, time is so hard. These days are like nights, yet we struggle hard to see we get to the light. Like brothers and sisters, we join our hands to work hard. Yeah, and we are making sure that we get to the promised land, a land of milk and honey that is costly and worth more than gold and money. We are making sure that we get out of this jungle and the little quirky cabia my sisters true. No matter how deep the ocean, we will swim through. I tell you words cannot explain all we have gone through in the hands of the enemies. Zoo and the government, Biafran blood, pass through a lot. But we have Chukwaki Kabiyama, nothing goes wrong. Blacks rules everything around me, and it's pound in my DNA. Cash rules everything around me, and it's found in my DNA. Yeah, freedom is everything about me, and it's found in my DNA. Biafra is everything about me, and it's found in my DNA. We bear from blood, we never give up in this struggle. We are aiming high up. We are smart and fast, enemies can't catch up. Yes, we know what we want, so we'll keep our pace up. Listen, we can't demand for war is not ours. Biafra is a land, and for sure is ours. That's why I'm proud to say I'm a Biafran blood. I'm a Biafran. Biafra is blessed, Biafra is great, cause Chukwaki Kabiyama has approved it himself. You see, Nigeria glooms while Biafra blooms. Biafra is an ideology, and there is no way that you can kill an ideology. We set up Biafrans of Biafra flowing in the blood through our veins, and all the efforts of our enemies to stop us has all been in vain, cause we are the chosen ones. Yeah, blacks rules everything around me, and it's pound in my DNA. Cash rules everything around me, and it's found in my DNA. Okay, freedom is everything about me, and it's found in my DNA. Biafra is everything about me, and it's found in my DNA. DNA. I apologize if it hurts you, but that's the truth. A Sunday away.
I say what you been waiting for is on your doorstep. I say what you been waiting for in your house. 30th of May. 30th of May. 30th of May. You prove yourself in your land, yo. I say, dear friends. I said, dear friends. 30th of May is the time to prove yourselves. Imagine what they want to do right in your land, yo. Sometime I wonder what you've been waiting for. I could stand by and watch them iniquity take over your land. You better gonna rise and defend your land. Your friend rise and defend your land. Your friends you rise and protect your land on the 30th of May. You better rise and think against the right. You better rise not back against the wall. Walk up on the height, walk up on the corner and defend your land. Hey, I said them approaching your place and left and right in that center. They wanna take you for us again and destroy your lives. You know one thing I want to say. Make sure you don't fool yourself again. Don't let no one do it for you. God, not no one will do it for you. Only you, Biafran sons and daughters and warriors will rise. Only Biafran kings and queens will rise again. Hey, you not imagine what they want to do with all your lands and life. If you want to waste your time to mess around, on the 30th of May, on the 30th of May is the only time you want to prove yourself before the nations of the world. 30th of May, observation, 30th of May is the day you remember the heroes and the warriors, sons and daughters, mothers and fathers, children of Biafra, Kwashoko people. Hey, hey, 6 million dying, counting on a 6 million killed, we continue on a 6 million dead, we continue on. Only 30th of May, you prove to the world that you are able. Hey, on the 30th of May, you prove to the world that you are able. Don't let no one collect the money from all them traitors. Come and cause you to lean on. Come and cause you to go astray. On the 30th of May, the 30th of May, 30th of May is the day you prove yourself. The whole world watching, whole world listening, the whole world waiting for Biafran warriors to rise again. The whole world waiting for Biafran warriors to rise again. Hey, and I wanna know what you're waiting for. And I want to know what you're sitting for. And I want to know why you're back against the wall and I'm waiting. Hey, on the 30th of May, on 30th of May, 30th of May is the day you prove yourselves. On 30th of May is the day you prove yourselves, Biafrans.
Radio Biafra International, empowering the people.
Our people are crying. Biafrans are crying. Our Biafrans are crying. And no one listen. I say no one listen. We're wailing from our land. Hey, we crying long ago. 50 years after war against Biafran people. The sons and daughters of Kwashoko, the sons and daughters of Kwashoko, are some of them grandfathers, injustice carrying on. Biafrans, oh Biafrans, how long you shall waiting for you? How long you shall be waiting for them UN? I mourn. I'm on, Biafrans mourn. I can't yet of me is the righteous day. And day you prove yourself before international community, before international silence, before international dumbness, before UN and blindness, before AU A quietness, yeah, hey. Mon, hey. A mon. A 30th of May is the right day that you prove yourselves. Zulu say, a Zulu say. Don't wait in Babylon and wait. Come never protect your land at all. I say Biafra youth and warriors, and Biafra soldiers and men, and women, and the scientists, and the chemistry, and the physicists, engineers, and the farmers. We better rise and protect yourself. No one we do, no one we do it for you, boy. Mon. A Biafrans are mourn. I thought it of me. You're gonna prove yourself. You're gonna explain yourselves. You're gonna show yourselves. He says stay home and a silence and a quiet time and a reflect and I understand that Most High God, everlasting Father, Chukwoki Kabia, my sweet you. Mon. And mon. 30th of May. Realize I say no more time to a lazy. I say no more time back against the wall. You better advance and take over the land that Jah give you.
War is hell. But war is also an incredible teacher, a brutal teacher. And it teaches you lessons that you will not forget. During an operation that I was in charge of, when all hell broke loose, we had multiple units out on the battlefield fighting the enemy. We had friendly Iraqi soldiers, we had U.S. Army soldiers and U.S. Marines, along with small elements of my SEAL team. And then the fog of war rolled in with its confusion and chaos and mayhem, and with its gunfire and enemy attacks and screaming men and blood and death. And in that fog of war, through a series of mistakes and human error and poor judgment and Murphy's Law and just plain bad luck, a horrendous firefight broke out. But this firefight, it wasn't between us and the enemy. This firefight, tragically, was between us and us. Friendly forces against friendly forces, fratricide, the mortal sin of combat, and the most horrific part of war. And when it was over and the fog of war lifted, one friendly Iraqi soldier was dead, 2 more were wounded, one of my men was wounded, the rest of my SEALs were badly shaken. And it was only through a miracle that no one else was killed. And then I told them that there was only one person at fault for what had happened. There was only one person to blame. And that person was me. I am the commander. I am the senior man on the battlefield, and I am responsible for everything that happens. Everything. And I will tell you something, it hurt. It hurt my ego. It hurt my pride to take the blame. But I also knew. I knew that to maintain my integrity as a leader, And as a man, I had to take responsibility. And in order to do that, I had to control my ego so that my ego did not control me. And when a team takes ownership of its problems, the problems get solved. And that is true on the battlefield, it is true in business, and it is true in life. So I say, take ownership. Take extreme ownership. Don't make excuses. Don't blame any other person or any other thing. Get control of your ego. Don't hide your delicate pride from the truth. Take ownership of everything in your world, the good and the bad. Take ownership of your mistakes. Take ownership of your shortfalls. Take ownership of your problems. And then take ownership of the solutions that will get those problems solved. Take ownership of your mission. Take ownership of your job, of your team, of your future, and take ownership of your life.
Truer words were never spoken. The less you associate with some people, the more your life will improve. Anytime you tolerate mediocrity in others, it increases your mediocrity. An important attribute in successful people is their impatience with negative thinking and negative acting people. As you grow, your associates will change. Some of your friends will not want you to go on. They will want you to stay where they are. Friends that don't help you climb will want you to crawl. Your friends will stretch your vision or choke your dream. Those that don't increase you will eventually decrease you. Consider this. Never receive counsel from unproductive people. Never discuss your problems with someone incapable of contributing to the solution, because those who never succeed themselves are always first to tell you how. Not everyone has a right to speak into your life. You are certain to get the worst of the bargain when you exchange ideas with the wrong person. Don't follow anyone who's not going anywhere. With some people, you spend an evening. With others, you invest it. Be careful where you stop to inquire for directions along the road of life. Wise is the person who fortifies his life with the right friendships. If you run with wolves, you will learn how to howl. But if you associate with eagles, you will learn how to soar to great heights. A mirror reflects a man's face, but what he is really like is shown by the kind of friends he chooses. The simple but true fact of life is that you become like those with whom you closely associate, for the good and the bad. Note, be not mistaken. This is applicable to family as well as friends. Yes, do love, appreciate, and be thankful for your family, for they will always be your family, no matter what. Just know that they are human first. And though they are family to you, they may be a friend to someone else and will fit somewhere in the criteria above. In prosperity, our friends know us. In adversity, we know our friends. Never make someone a priority when you are only an option for them. If you are going to achieve excellence in big things, you develop the habit in little matters. Excellence is not an exception. It is a prevailing attitude.
When I get excited and my heart's delighted and the spirit comes over me, I know there is no doubt you're gonna hear me shout, I'm feeling the victory. And if it bothers you that what I say is true, you better cancel your plans for heaven, 'cause I'll be there, shouting everywhere my sins have been forgiven. I'm gonna shout for heaven, what a day it's gonna be. Gonna sing, oh, sing the bass. We'll sing the harmony. Our fans walk down in the streets of gold, in the golden avenue, and clap my hands and praise the Lord and shout all over heaven. I'm gonna shout all over heaven. What a day it's gonna be. Gonna sing, oh, sing the bass. We'll sing the harmony. Our fans walk down in the streets of gold, in the golden avenue, and clap my hands and praise the Lord and shout all over heaven. When I hear the word and my heart is tear, joy comes to my eyes. It doesn't bother me if the tears you see are happy, man am I. I know the Lord above is looking down in love. He's watching everything I do. And some sweet day I'll be shouting everywhere while sailing through the blue. I'm gonna shout all over heaven. What a day it's gonna be. Gonna sing, I'll sing the bass. We'll sing the harmony. Our first walk down in the streets of gold, in the golden avenue, and clap my hands and praise the Lord and shout all over heaven. I'm gonna shout all over heaven. What a day it's gonna be. Gonna sing, oh, sing the bass. We'll sing the harmony. I'll first walk down in the streets of gold, in the golden avenue, and clap my hands and praise the Lord and shout all over heaven. I'm gonna shout all over heaven. What a day it's gonna be. Gonna sing. We'll sing the harmony. I'll first walk down in the streets of gold, in the golden avenue, and clap my hands and praise the Lord and shout.
udo chukwu, udo nke chukwu dị mma, 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 udo nke chukwu dị mma. Chukwu nyere anyị udo, Jehova Chukwu nyere udo. 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 Onye nwe nyere anyị udo, Jehova Chukwu nyere udo. Chukwu nyere anyị udo, Jehova Chukwu nyere udo. Onye nwe nyere anyị udo, Jehova Chukwu nyere udo. Chukwu nyere anyị udo, Jehova Chukwu nyere udo. Nna dị nsọ nyere udo, Jehova Chukwu nyere udo. Chukwu nyere anyị udo, Jehova Chukwu nyere udo. Nna dị nsọ nyere udo, Jehova Chukwu nyere udo. Chukwu nyere anyị udo, Jehova Chukwu nyere udo.
Radio Biafra International, empowering the people.